Welcome back to Amalur. Today we got a deadly clash between the War Master, Abaddon's Black Legion, and the Necrons. As always, before we get the video, don't forget to like, comment, and be sure to subscribe for the Emperor and check out the Discord below. So if you have any videos you want to see, be sure to tell me. And as always, check out the merch in the description below. Now, let's get into the madness.
Vorthex Prime hung in the void like a burned offering. A coal of iron and poisoned seas circling a pale, uncaring star. From orbit, its hive cities were fat boils of metal on a scarred crust, each one ringed in slag fields and the skeletal remains of forests sacrificed to the forge. The world had once stamped the Aquila into every rifle and shell it birthed, a dutiful servant of the distant corpse on Terra. Those days were gone. The sigils on its spires were half scraped away, or daubed over in crude, eight-pointed stars. Its orbital docks sagged like broken teeth. Its astropathic choirs had long since choked on their own tongues and bled out across marble floors. Vorthex Prime was a thing abandoned by all but vultures and those who knew how to listen to the whispers between the stars. Deep beneath Hive Vorthar, in a shaft that was not on any sanctioned chart, men listened to a different whisper. "Move," Overseer Harrick snarled. His voice came out as a wet scrape, the sound of rusted blades dragged on stone. Years of inhaling promethium fumes and grinding dust had eaten his lungs, but hate still kept his words sharp. "Deeper, you do not stop until I say." The press-ganged line of miners shuffled forward, their boots slipping on the slick iron rungs, bolted into the shaft wall. Chains ran from man to man, clinking like the chitter of vermin. Each wore a rebreather cracked by age and patched with tape. Each hauled a lumen, a rock drill, or a crate of crude blasting charges. None wore a full suit of hazard armor. Harrick had sold those long ago, piece by piece, to buy favors from men who spoke with the voices of gods. He followed the men down, lumens swinging at his belt. The light showed him rock strata, not seen by anyone with a soul in 10 millennia, layer upon layer of fossilized time. His eyes were wide, pupils blown like those of a combat stim addict. His hands trembled, not from age, but from hunger. The dreams had started a week ago by Vorthex, reckoning. Night after night, he had seen cold halls of green-lit metal stretching into infinity beneath the hive. He had seen statues like warriors, still as death, their eyes dark. He had heard the words of a voice that spoke from the warp, but was not a demon, a voice that belonged to a man who wore black armor trimmed in gold and spoke for the War Master of Chaos. "Find the heart beneath. Break the seal. You will be rewarded." The sorcerer had never shown his face. The dreams were enough. Harrick had served the dark gods long enough to know when a vision was true and when it was the trick of some petty warp phantom. This had weight. This had purpose. He licked cracked lips as the shaft widened into a cavern ledge. The air here was colder, so cold the lumen light seemed to move more slowly. Frost crusted the rock. The miners stopped at the lip and stared. "What in the throne's name is that?" one muttered. Harrick stepped past him and raised his lantern. The cavern beyond was wrong. The stone ceiling arched overhead in natural curves, but the floor was not rock. It was metal. Not iron, not plasteel, not any alloy Harrick had seen in a lifetime around forges. This metal was a green-black that drank the light and gave nothing back. It was shaped into hexagonal plates that fitted too perfectly to have been laid by human hands, each one chased with angular sigils that hurt the eyes. Rising from that floor, 100 paces away, was a monolith. It stood as tall as a hive hab stack, a seamless pillar of the same impossible metal, its sides engraved in geometries that made the skull ache to behold. The air around it hummed at the edge of hearing, like the resonance of distant engines or the buzzing of a hive of insects behind a wall. The men muttered prayers automatically, half-remembered catechisms of the Mechanicus and the Ecclesiarchy, but the words sounded thin here, stripped of power. The monolith neither accepted nor denied their superstition. It simply was. Harrick felt his heart pounding. The dreams had shown him this shape. The sorcerer's voice, echoing from the warp, had whispered of artifacts beneath Vorthex Prime that predated mankind, machines that bit into the immaterium and gnawed on it, a nexus of power that could be given to the Black Legion in exchange for his name written in their chronicles and his soul spared damnation. "Forward!" he hissed. "Down the slope. I want that surface exposed, now." The miners hesitated. One, a broad man with a scar running from brow to jaw like a pale worm, shook his head. "Overseer, this is cursed," he said. "We should seal this and report to the magistratum, or the priesthood, or some damn body that knows what they are seeing." Harrick laughed. It was not a sane sound. "You think the priest will save you? They do not even know you exist, little man. The War Master sees you. The gods see you. Move, or I will throw you from this ledge and tie the next man to your broken spine." He pulled a stub pistol from his coat. It was an ugly thing, hacked from hive scrap and stolen Arbite's hardware. He pressed it under the scarred man's jaw. The line shuffled. The scarred man swallowed. "You heard him," another worker muttered. "Move." They climbed down to the cavity floor, boots ringing on stone that felt strangely springy, as if something beneath the plates resisted their weight. Harrick followed them, each step vibrating up through his legs, resonating with the vibrations in the monolith. His lumen threw an oily glow across the alien surfaces, revealing more angles and trenches, more razor-edged sigils. The humming grew louder. One of the miners, a younger man with a shaved head and a crude eight-pointed star carved into his cheek, stopped in front of the monolith. He stared up at its featureless face. "It is like a shrine," he said softly, "a shrine for the new gods." Harrick felt a pulse of jealousy. The dreams had been promised to him. The revelation had been his. "It is a machine," he snapped, "not a shrine. Do not touch it. We expose the foundations, and then we go back up. The one who speaks through me will send his own to claim it." The young man was not listening. He reached out with gloved fingers, as though to caress the surface. "Do not touch." His hand met the metal. What followed took less than the space between two heartbeats. There was no flash, no thunderclap. There was only a flicker of pale emerald light that ran across the monolith's face like a ripple across water, and the smell of burned meat. The glove vanished first, then the hand beneath it. Flesh turned to vapor in an instant. The skin of the man's arm split as boiling blood sought escape. His veins became lines of fire. The meat of his shoulder sloughed away in a steaming sheet. His torso opened like a flower under the kiss of a new sun. For a brief, obscene moment, his skeleton stood outlined in glowing green, skull turned up as though in wonder. Then the bones cracked, crumbled, and were gone. Nothing remained but a blackened smear on the metal floor and a drifting cloud of ash. The other miners screamed. Men fell back, stumbling over one another, some clawing at their own flesh, as if expecting it to melt from their bones. Harrick staggered, bile rising in his throat. The dreams had shown him power, not this. Not such precise, contemptuous unmaking. He looked up at the monolith. The humming had grown louder. The sigils on its face were no longer inert lines. They crawled with inner radiance, pulsing in rhythms that set his teeth on edge. The air tasted of cold lightning. Harrick felt something look at him. He dropped to his knees. The pistol slipped from numb fingers. He babbled prayers to gods of blood and rot, of change and dark pleasure, but his words fell flat against the alien presence now swelling within the cavern. "Back," he croaked. "Back up the shaft. Back. Chains or no chains, move, you wretches, move." Some men obeyed. Others were paralyzed, their minds trapped between awe and terror. Harrick beat at them with his fists, trying to drive them toward the ladders. Beneath Vorthex Prime, deeper than even this forbidden shaft, something stirred. The tremor ran outwards from the monolith in ringed waves. The cavern floor shivered. Cracks spidered through green-black metal, not as damage but as seams opening, conduits aligning. The pulse went down into the crust, into labyrinthine vaults of that same impossible substance. Dust fell in cathedra high above, as the tremor ran through hive foundations and spire buttresses. Icons rattled on chapel walls. Men on Prometheum drilling rigs cursed as their machines shook. In the underhives, slum dwellers looked up from their knife fights and rat feasts as the earth growled beneath them like a waking beast. In the open oceans, waves rose higher than any storm wind warranted. Tides bulged and withdrew without any lunar cause as submerged structures shifted, orienting themselves to a geometry older than human reason. Beneath hive clusters on the far side of the world, sealed doors of seamless metal whispered as dormant power bled into their mechanisms. In caverns where no human foot had ever trod, skeletal figures lay rank on rank, locked in stasis fields that fizzed faintly as long idle circuits began to warm. The machine minds of Vorthex Prime tasted reality again for the first time in a span of years measured in tens of millions. Cold logic woke from dreamless non-existence, evaluated sensor ghosts of surface activity, of warp presence, of biological infestation. Parameters shifted from long-term dormancy to low-grade activation. On the cavern floor beneath Hive Vorthar, Overseer Harrick managed to gather a handful of miners into some semblance of a retreat. They climbed, dragging their chains, boots slamming against rock. He did not look back at the monolith. The memory of that precise unmaking of flesh burned on the inside of his eyelids. Above the sky of Vorthex Prime, something else was arriving. The first sign was not visual, it was psychic. Astropathic choirs in nearby systems screamed and died as a wound opened in the Empyrean. Warp tides thrashed like a tortured sea. Every half-trained witch and hedge-seer in a dozen light years clutched their heads as a shadow passed over the astral currents, a vast shape of rage and black faith. Then the void tore. Warp wake fire spilled like bruised light as a flotilla of ships translated into real space. They came in a disordered crescent, some bearing intact prows carved with snarling beast heads and screaming gargoyles, others little more than ragged hulks held together by habit and hate. Their hulls were layered in black and gold, their flanks pitted by ancient weapon impacts and overgrown with metal parchments inscribed in the dark tongue. Vox traffic howled across system bands. Binary, cants of the Corpse Emperor's loyal servants, still hiding in the system's outer stations, drowned beneath vox screams chanted in the names of the Four. Cult hymns blasted from macro amplifiers, carried by tight beams and broadbands alike. The vanguard of the Black Legion had come to Vorthex Prime. On the bridge of the largest warship, a vessel whose keel had once sailed the stars under the Eagle flag and now bore no name but those given in terror, Ezekiel Abaddon stood before an armored viewport and regarded the world below. It was a hulking presence, this warrior, wrapped in cataphract armor, the color of a tyrant's midnight. Gold trim edged his plates, not as decoration, but as the echo of a legion's former glory. The talon of Horus, that ancient relic, encased his right hand, its claws flexing with the slow impatience of a predator leashed. At his hip hung a sword that was less a weapon than a rift in reality, its presence a constant itch at the edge of sight. Behind him, a circle of Black Legion lords and sorcerers stood in a crescent, each in warplate heavy with centuries of atrocity. Mortal envoys knelt at the foot of the dais, their foreheads pressed to the blood-slick deck. "Vorthex Prime," Abaddon said. His voice was calm, devoid of awe or contempt. It was the tone of a craftsman watching a raw material arrive in his workshop. "You have served the Corpse Emperor long. Now you will serve me." One of the mortal envoys found his courage and raised his head. "War Master," he began, his voice cracking, "we have collated data from the cult cells planetside. The overseer you instructed through visions has broken ground on the target shaft. There are reports of anomalous structures, non-human. The Mechanicus once spoke of forbidden catacombs, but..." Abaddon turned his head slightly. The faintest gesture. The talon of Horus closed. Metal screamed against bone for a heartbeat as the great claws clenched. The envoy had no time to finish his sentence. His ribcage imploded with a wet crunch. Blood and shards of spine sprayed across the dais. When Abaddon opened his hand, what remained of the man slid to the deck in a heap of torn meat and armor fragments. A serf rushed forward to drag the corpse away, hands shaking. No one spoke. The application of death here was as casual as a scribe discarding a faulty parchment. "Do not waste my time with hesitant words," Abaddon said. His gaze moved over the lords and sorcerers below, each one a monster in his own right, each one nonetheless reduced to a supplicant in the presence of the despoiler. "Speak plainly. What have we found beneath this rock?" A sorcerer stepped forward. His armor bore the same black and gold as the others, but blue witchfire crawled between the sigils etched into his pauldrons and helm. His eyes were hidden behind lenses that bled pale light. "War Master," he said, bowing his head, "the auguries confirm what the dreams promised. Beneath Vorthex Prime's crust lies a null cyst in the immaterium, a wound where the warp bends but does not bleed. It is lattice-bound to a construct of metal unlike anything wrought by the Mechanicus, an ancient nexus. Xenos origin, Necron." The word hung in the air like a curse. Several of the lords shifted their weight, armor plates grinding. They all knew the tales, the half-remembered legends of metal dead that walked and slaughtered without passion, of weapons that stripped flesh to dust in heartbeats. A warpsmith stepped forward, cables whispering around his shoulders like snakes. His armor was a mobile forge, pistons and servo arms rising from his back, each tipped with a cruel tool or weapon. His voice was metallic, layered with vox distortion. "If this is a Necron nexus," he growled, "then its mechanisms will be beyond anything the Corpse's Adeptus can hope to master. Imagine such a construct tuned to our purpose. Imagine their phase gates turned toward the Imperium's vital arteries. Whole sectors could be strangled, forge worlds isolated, crusade fleets lost in the dark between stars." A different voice cut across his words, hard and edged with scorn. "Imagine instead that you crack it open like some idiot cult reliquary and unleash something you cannot cage." The speaker was a veteran champion in Mark III armor scored with impact scars and carved with the names of 100 dead worlds. His helm hung at his belt, revealing a predatory face cut from pale stone, framed in dark topknots and cords of scarred muscle. One of his eye sockets was a mass of burned tissue and augmetic studs, the other a cold, pale thing that held no fear. "Lord Varak," the warpsmith said, the title half acknowledgement, half challenge. "You would rather we glass the planet from orbit and let such a prize sink back into the rock?" Varak folded his arms across his breastplate. "I would rather we erase a rival weapon of annihilation than lose a warband and a fleet trying to steal it," he said. "We are not a legion anymore, Smith. Every brother is a relic. You would gamble us against metal corpses that feel no pain and do not fear the warp." The warpsmith's mechadendrites twitched in irritation. "You forget who leads us," he hissed. "The War Master did not cross half the damned galaxy to play at cowardice." "Enough," Abaddon said. The single word cut through their bickering like a chain blade through flesh. He descended from the dais, each step of his armored boots ringing through the bridge. He stopped between Varak and the warpsmith. the bulk of his presence making them seem suddenly smaller, like warriors caught arguing in the shadow of their Primarch. "The Necrons are a threat," Abaddon said. "They are also a tool. The Imperium has survived 10,000 years of our hatred, propped up by fools and saints on every world. I will not hand them another weapon because my servants cannot agree on how to hold it." He turned his attention to the sorcerer. "This null cyst," he said. "Explain." The sorcerer inclined his head, tongue flicking over cracked lips. "War Master," he said, "the warp around Vorthex Prime is wounded. There is no storm, no natural rift. Instead, there is a region where the Immaterium falters. It is as if the sea has been pressed down by a weight. Within that depression, demonic entities weaken, sorcery stutters. My familiars will not enter it. Even the lesser gods' whispers dim." He raised a gauntleted hand. Threads of ghostlight danced between his fingers, images forming there. A representation of Vorthex Prime, its core marked by a jagged knot of shadow. "The Necron Nexus shapes this wound," he continued. "If we seize its heart and bend it, we could silence entire warp corridors. We could make safe harbors for our fleets where the corpse's navigators cannot follow. Or we could strangle Terra's routes to a dozen frontier sectors at once." "And if we fail to bend it?" Varrock asked. The sorcerer's shoulders rolled in a shrug. "Then we die in ways yet to be catalogued," he answered. "But we will learn something new even as we perish." Abaddon laughed then. It was not a warm sound, but it was genuine. "Spoken like a true servant of the gods," he said. He turned back to the viewport, to the scarred world below. "We will not kill this world from orbit. Not yet. We will put our blades into its bones and carve out what we desire." He raised his voice, letting it carry to every corner of the bridge, to the hunched serfs and growling champions alike. "Prepare the fleet," he said. "Form a ring of iron around Vorthex Prime. No vessel leaves without my word. Ready the warbands. Ready the mortal hordes. This world is already damned. It will not resist us long." Far below, in the darkness of the forbidden shaft, the monolith's humming had become a low, continuous thrum. Overseer Harrick lay on the floor of the access tunnel, chest heaving, lungs tearing at the thin air. The surviving miners sprawled around him, some weeping, some staring blankly, minds cracked by what they had seen. None of them saw the first scarab emerge. It slid from a seam in the green-black metal, with the liquid grace of an arachnid, its carapace the same hue as the floor, etched with fine circuits that glowed a faint, unhealthy emerald. It was no larger than a man's hand, yet every movement spoke of undeniable purpose. The scarab skittered across the floor, delicate manipulator limbs tasting residues of ash and char on the metal plates. It stopped where the young cultist had died, on that blackened smear that had once been a man. Thin, cutting mandibles unfolded from its underside. There was little to work with here, but it made do. It scraped at microscopic traces, clinging to the monolith's face, gathering particles of vaporized bone and flesh. It extended a probe and sampled the air itself, drawing in motes too small for human senses. Each fragment was analyzed, catalogued, stored in memory lattices. Other scarabs followed, emerging from cracks, unfolding from dormant niches in the walls, dropping from the ceiling like metallic insects from a rotten hive. They moved in concert, surrounding the area where the man had been. Their mandibles worked with obscene delicacy, stripping not only biological residue, but boot scuffs, dust, and debris from every surface. Within minutes, the cavern floor was immaculate. No ash, no smear of burned meat, no dropped tools, no sign that men had ever set foot in this place. Overseer Harrick did not see the scarabs. He had dragged himself back toward the shaft entrance, mind focused only on escape, on reaching the surface and finding some way, any way, to report to the voice in his dreams that he had done what was asked. He had broken the seal. He had woken the heart. The heart was listening. Deep beneath Vorthex Prime's mantle, a soundless pulse rippled outward. Vaults the size of continents echoed with the metallic beat. Stasis coffins unlocked in their millions. Empty eye sockets lit with baleful green. Weapons older than mankind's first spoken words flickered to life. Above, the Black Legion fleet shifted position, engines flaring, turning its crescent formation into a strangling ring around the planet. Gun decks ran hot, torpedo racks filled. Vox chants to the dark gods rolled through steel arteries as men and Astartes checked their weapons and blessed them with blood. In the deep places, the Necron tomb complexes began their slow, implacable awakening. In the void, the despoiler's wolves bared their fangs. Vorthex Prime, silent for so very long, was about to become very loud. The alarm klaxons of Vorthex Prime's orbital defense grid had not howled in many years. When they finally woke, they did so grudgingly, vox horns cracking and stuttering, lumen strips flickering to life in control bunkers that reeked of stale recaf and recycled air. On the outermost picket station, a rusted wheel of metal and rock that had once borne the proud sigils of the Imperial Navy, a duty officer leaned over a cracked Auspex display and watched the warp wake burn. "What in the throne's black name is that?" he whispered. The screen showed a swelling wound in real space, a roiling knot of colors that had no place in the material universe. Even through augur runes, the thing seemed to pulse with malign intent. One by one, icons blossomed within it, each marking the emergence of a void ship. Then another, and another. Their mass readings piled up like incoming shells in a fire log. The station's half-sober machine spirits wailed warnings through cogitator banks clogged with dust. "Contact!" a Vox serf croaked, fingers dancing across brass runes. "Multiple. Classification. Emperor preserve us. Battleship tonnage and..." Above, escorts beyond count. Markings. Black hulls. Gold trim. No loyal transponders. This is a traitor fleet. The duty officer scrubbed a hand across his face. His skin felt too tight. "Raise the governor," he snapped. "Raise anyone with a rank rosette left on that damned rock. Signal the grid. Bring every macro battery online, and get me firing solutions." The picket station's ancient defense turrets stirred from sleep, gears grinding, oil leaking. Guns that had not fired in earnest since the last century rolled in their housings, seeking targets through pitted viewports. On the surface of Vorthex Prime, battered bastions and silo complexes received the same warnings. Planetary Defense Force units scrambled from their barracks, men pulling on flak armor as sirens screamed. The scattered regiments of the Astra Militarum still stationed on the world, shadows of once proud brigades left behind from forgotten crusades, made what preparations they could, with rotten munitions and vehicles held together by faith and prayer. The orbital augurs struggled to keep up as the Black Legion translated fully from the warp. Vorthex Prime's defenders watched the void fill with a crescent of iron fangs. On Abaddon's flagship, the translation shock faded. Warp light sloughed from the hull like oil running off armor. Where the ship had been a knot of screaming unreality a heartbeat before, now it was simple, hateful mass in the void once more. Lesser vessels took their cues from its presence, aligning into attack formations by rote. Engines burned, pushing hundreds of thousands of tons of corrupted adamantium into killing orbits. Within the flagship's command cathedral, Ezekiel Abaddon stood before a hololithic projection of Vorthex Prime and its tattered defense grid. The flickering models of orbital platforms and ground-based cannon batteries orbited the planet like fleas around a dying hound. "Such loyalty," he murmured, almost to himself. "They still cling to this world, even when their master has forgotten its name." A broken man knelt at the foot of the dais, bound in chains of black iron. His uniform had once been pristine carapace armor, marked with the sigil of an orbital defense commander. Now it was a torn, bloodied thing, one pauldron missing, his rank badges ground under hobnailed boots. Bruises bloomed across his face, purple and black. One eye was a swollen slit. The other stared up in glassy terror at the projection above. "You will watch," Abaddon said, his voice soft. The talon of Horus flexed at his side, its ancient servos whining, each claw sharp enough to peel a land raider's hull. "You will see what your loyalty buys." The hololith shifted as fleet cogitators updated their models. Black runes marking Black Legion vessels slid into place around the planet, forming a tightening noose. Bright blue icons marked the loyalist grid. There were very few of them. "My lord," said one of the lords arrayed behind him, a champion whose armor bore the heraldry of a long-dead lunar wolf company, now repainted in black. "The grid is weak. Their void shields flicker. We can land warbands even now and take this world with blade and bolter." Abaddon did not answer at once. His gaze moved from the grid to one of the icons on the planet's surface. The rune denoted Hive Calthrax, one of Vorthex Prime's primary population centers. A bloated mountain of habstacks and manufactoria, home to billions, its spires thrust up like rusted knives. He raised one clawed hand. "Lance batteries," he said. "Macro cannon. Target Hive Calthrax. I want the primary spire, the transit stacks, the water purification districts, and the underhive sump. Fire for effect." The bridge fell silent. The gunnery officer, a half-mechanized wretch fused into his console, blinked once. Oily tears ran from his augmetic eyes. "As you command, War Master," he rasped. The command rippled through the ship's data nerves, translated into Binharic cant, and snapped out along tight beam vox to the fleet. Lance crews who had been half dozing in their harnesses snapped to full adrenaline as runes glowed green. Giant macro shells, each one the size of a rhino transport, were rammed into screaming breaches by chained servitors driven beyond exhaustion by electro-whips. On the surface of Vorthex Prime, the faithful lifted their eyes to the sky. From the flagship's viewport, Abaddon watched as the first lances fired. Spears of actinic light stabbed down through the upper atmosphere, punching through cloud and smog. They hit Hive Calthrax's upper spires, boiling void shields away in a heartbeat. Towers that had stood for centuries became incandescent silhouettes for a moment and then vanished. The planet's air screamed as entire cubic miles of atmosphere were turned to plasma. Macro cannon boomed. The flagship's prow batteries belched forth a storm of shells, each one trailing greasy fire as it fell. Other warships joined in, their own guns answering the War Master's command in staggered volleys. The heavens above Calthrax filled with falling iron. The hololith showed it in ghost light. The Auspex relays fed a cropped, sanitized view. Abaddon preferred the raw picked feed. He gestured, and a secondary projector flared into life, fed from a long-range, auger-picked lens. The image that swam into view was grainy, disrupted by the energies now boiling the upper atmosphere, but it showed enough. Hive Calthrax, from above, spires shattered as lances speared down, their adamantium cores turned molten, then vapor. The impact shockwaves raced down the spires, blowing out hab blocks, hurling men, women and children into the void as burning silhouettes. Macro shells arrived moments later, burrowing deep before detonating. Whole districts bulged as if the hive itself were drawing a breath, then exploded outward in concentric rings of shrapnel and fire. Billions of lives winked out like candle flames, smothered under an iron gauntlet. Hab blocks burned like tallow. Streets became rivers of molten metal and liquefied flesh, flowing together, carrying screaming bodies that twisted and blackened before disintegrating. Vox towers toppled, their last transmissions nothing but howls and data screams. The great transit maglev lines snapped and whipped through the air like decapitating blades, slicing hab towers apart at their bases. Deep in the hive's sump, mutants and scavengers who had never seen the sun died without understanding why the world shook and the ceiling fell on them. On the flagship's bridge, the captured Imperial commander sobbed. "You cannot," he choked. "Those are Imperial citizens. Billions. There were regiments down there. Manufactoria. Children. The Emperor is a corpse," Abaddon said. He did not take his eyes from the unfolding ruin. "They are not citizens. They are resources, tools. I have merely changed whose hand holds them." He nodded to the demon engine that squatted at the edge of the dais. The thing had once been a dreadnought, or perhaps some other tool of war. Now it was a hunched mass of metal and flesh fused together, its sarcophagus swollen and split to reveal the bound entity within. Horns and cables thrust from its chassis. Its weapons were fused into limbs that twitched in anticipation, barbed barrels drooling warp fire. Its grill was a fanged maw filled with grinding teeth, behind which something screamed constantly. "Feed it," Abaddon said. Two Black Legionnaires stepped forward, their armor the color of deep night. They seized the Imperial commander by his chains and hauled him upright. He kicked uselessly, boots scraping on the blood-slicked deck. "For the love of the throne," he shouted, "for humanity, mercy." Abaddon looked at him then, finally, and the man fell silent. There was no mercy in that gaze, only the cold certainty of one who had killed worlds and would kill yet more. "Watch the Picts as you go," Abaddon said. They hurled the commander bodily into the demon engine's maw. Malformed teeth closed around him, shredding armor, flesh and bone. His scream cut off in a wet gargle as he vanished down the thing's gullet. The demon engine shuddered, pistons pumping, its internal fires flaring. Warp energy crackled along its limbs, and its guns roared in mindless delight, hurling bolts of screaming warp fire into the air of the bridge. Serfs threw themselves flat. One was too slow and vanished in a spray of char and torn limbs. On the hololith, Hive Calthrax died. Abaddon watched until the spires were only collapsing stumps, and the hive's outline was a cratered wound in the planet's crust. Then he turned away. "The demonstration is complete," he said. "Signal the warbands. Muster the mortal fodder. It is time we set foot on this rock." In the holds of the Black Legion fleet, billions of souls waited in the dark. Troop decks stretched for kilometers, stacked levels of rusted gantries and cage pens lit by sickly lumen glow. The air was a stew of sweat, promethium fumes, and the stench of men packed too close together for too long. Traitor Guard regiments, their uniforms torn and defaced, stood in ragged ranks, laser guns held in trembling hands. Cultists in stolen flak and chainmail muttered litanies to the dark gods, their skin carved with crude runes. Mortal auxiliaries from demon worlds wore armor made from bone and scrap, wielding blades taken from a dozen battlefields. Black-armored Astartes stalked the aisles between them, shock mauls and chain blades in hand. A hesitation, a panicked look, a whispered prayer to the Emperor instead of to chaos, all earned the same answer. A crack of ceramite-encased fist, a flare of chain-blade teeth, a skull stamped flat under a boot. One man broke from the ranks and tried to run. He made it 3 paces before a shock maul crashed into the back of his head. Bone fragmented. His face hit the deck with a wet crunch. The Astartes who had struck him did not even look down, stepping over the twitching body as mortals dragged it aside. "Forward," the giant growled, voice of thunder in the cramped air. "You are offerings. You are not permitted to die anywhere but on the ground the War Master points you at." In launch bays the size of cities, drop pods hung from gantries in neat rows, each one a metal coffin waiting to be hurled at the world below. Assault claws, their hulls bristling with demonic faces, were loaded with squads of Black Legionnaires checking chain blades and bolters with ritual care. corrupted landing craft, once the workhorses of the Loyalist Navy, now sported brass icons and hanging chains, their holds crammed with tanks and infantry alike. Engines roared, grav clamps disengaged. The bays became maelstroms of motion as launch orders cascaded. Through the fleet, from Vorthex Prime's surface, the sky filled with falling stars. The first wave struck the ash wastes around High Vorthar, hulls burning with atmospheric friction. Drop pods slammed into the ground with bone-shattering force, petals blowing open on explosive bolts. Black-armored giants strode out into dust storms and last fire, guns already spitting death. Bolter rounds tore bodies apart. Each mass-reactive shell punched into a man and detonated, obliterating torsos, severing limbs in bursts of meat and ceramite fragments. Flayed lungs slapped wetly against cracked ferrocrete. A guardsman turned to shout an order and vanished from the waist up, his legs taking 2 stumbling steps before toppling in a spray of arterial mist. Chainswords whined as combat blades of monomolecular teeth chewed through flak armor and gristle alike. The screams of Astra Militarum troopers were drowned under the eager roar of engines, the crackle of last fire, the booming laughter of men who had abandoned humanity 10 millennia ago. Varach, champion of the Black Legion, led one of the spearheads through the shattered outer bastions of High Vorthar. His armor was already slick with blood, the black plates streaked with dust and burned promethium. His chain axe roared as he brought it down on a wounded traitor guardsman who had paused to clutch a bleeding stump where his arm had been. The axe cleaved the man from shoulder to hip. Blood and pulped organs burst out, splattering the broken wall behind him. "You do not hesitate," Varrock snarled, swinging the weapon to fling gore from its teeth. "You do not whimper. You advance, or you die now instead of later." Another guardsman, wide-eyed and shaking, stared at the corpse. "That was one of ours," he stammered. Varrock turned the eye that still saw upon him. The augmetic slugs in his ruined socket twitched. "No," he said. "He was mine. Now he is useful." He gestured to his terminators, black hulks in ancient plate. They seized the fresh corpses of traitors and loyalists alike, dragging them into the shell of a ruined hab. They stacked the bodies 3 deep along the windows and breach points, forming a grisly barricade. Blood seeped into the rubble, turning dust to paste. Last fire from an Astra Militarum strongpoint lanced in, burning holes through dead flesh, turning skulls into exploding mist. The corpses spasmed, twitching as they absorbed the incoming shots. "See," Varrock said, "still serving, even in death. That is all any of you are. Flesh to burn, sandbags of meat." He pushed past them, leading his squad into the hive's gutted streets. Ahead, the central transit artery opened like a canyon, its mag rails buckled from orbital impact tremors. At its heart, the hive's central plaza sprawled beneath a broken hololithic display that once had shown Imperial propaganda. Now the shattered Vox screens flickered with static and the distant shadow of something much worse. The Chaos Sorcerer awaited them there. He stood at the center of the plaza, surrounded by Black Legionnaires and chained captives. His armor was etched with rune work that crawled with blue fire. In front of him, the plaza stones had been torn up and rearranged, carved into brutal sigils that glowed with a dull, bloody light. At their center yawed a pit hacked through ferrocrete and plasteel into the hive's veins. The smell of blood was overpowering. Thousands of men knelt around the pit, bound in chains that ran from throat to throat. PDF troopers in tattered uniforms, guardsmen stripped of their colors, hive gangers still bearing gang markings, priests with their aquillas broken. All had their throats cut in a single long line. Blood poured from them in a steady stream, running in rivulets along channels etched into the plaza stones, meeting, merging, all of it flowing toward the pit. The sorcerer raised his staff, the blade at its tip a shard of black stone that drank light. "War Master," he said as Varak approached, his voice carrying even over the roar of distant fighting. "You honor me. The offering will please the gods." Varak glanced at the pit. The blood within it churned as though alive, bubbling as unseen forces tore at it. Warp light flickered in its depths. "How many?" Varak asked. The sorcerer considered. "Thousands here," he said. "Tens of thousands across the other sites. Enough to call a storm. Enough to fill this hive with teeth and claws and unending hunger." "Do it," Varak said. "I will not have to slog for every meter of this carcass." The sorcerer spread his arms. He began to chant, the words in no human tongue. The sound clawed at the ears, pulled at the teeth in their sockets. The plaza's blood channels flared, their carved edges glowing white-hot. The pit seethed. The sky above the hive darkened, clouds knotting, twisting into unnatural spirals. Reality tore. The air above the plaza split, a vertical wound in existence, opening like a lidless eye. From within it came whispering and laughter, the echo of battle cries from 1,000 dead wars. Shadows twisted, stretching insectile limbs, serpentine coils, lupine jaws. Demons spilled through. They came like a tide, shapes that broke reason, some towering, some scuttling low. Flesh that was not flesh gleamed wetly, studded with too many eyes, too many mouths. Claws dug furrows in ferrocrete. Wings of torn skin carried shrieking shapes over the plaza, diving into the streets beyond to tear apart loyalist squads in storms of ripping talons and biting mouths. A squad of Astra Militarum troopers firing from a hab balcony vanished as something like a living shadow crawled up the wall and unfolded inside their ranks, teeth tearing through flak and ribcage. A commissar, bellowing litanies of courage, was plucked from his feet by a winged horror and cut in half, his lungs spilling from his chest like ruptured sacks. The sorcerer laughed, arms raised high, warp fire blazing in his eyes. Then something changed. A pulse ran through the ground, a cold, hard shudder, so different from the tremors of exploding shells and collapsing hab blocks. It came from beneath, a shockwave that hummed in the bones, vibrating armor seals and loosening mortar. The demons felt it. For a heartbeat, their forms flickered, edges blurred, limbs stuttered, like images on a failing pick slate. One of the warp spawns screamed, not in rage or hunger, but in shock as the fabric of its being shuddered, its outline frayed, strands of unreality unraveling from its skin. At the edge of the rift, emerald light crawled like mold. The warp tear itself wobbled, its borders fizzling where they touched that cold radiance. The sorcerer's chant broke as a lance of pain stabbed through his skull. Blood poured from his nostrils and ears. He clutched at his temples, the marks on his armor flaring. "Something resists," gasped. "There is a wound in the warp here, deeper than I thought." Demons howled as parts of them burned away, not in fire, but in something far worse, a nullification, an unmaking that left nothing behind. A creature of shifting blades and eyes lunged for a squad of loyalist troopers, and simply ceased to exist halfway across the plaza, its essence sheared away by an invisible scythe. The rift spasmed, then steadied, held open by sheer sacrifice and the sorcerer's will. But its edges glowed with that same sickly emerald light, as though something from beneath the surface of the planet had reached up and taken a handful of the warp in its mechanical grip. Varak felt the null pulse in his remaining eye and in the augmetic wreck of the other. It tasted like the time his warband had fought on a world seeded with ancient pylons, black monoliths that killed sorcery and made demons scream. "Necron," he snarled, deep beneath high Vorthar, beyond the reach of mortal senses. Necron command protocols registered the massive increase in surface-level energy output. Thermal spikes, electromagnetic surges, warp flux, biological casualty rates. all fed into vast calculation engines that had been dormant for longer than mankind had existed. For cycles beyond counting, their directives had been simple: observe, catalog. Now, new data crossed the thresholds written in logic crystal when the stars were young. Chaos incursion detected. Threat index recalibrated. Primary directive chains shifted. Observation downgraded. Counter-invasion authorized. In tomb halls the size of cities, command nodes flared to life. Higher order constructs, their forms more elaborate than the rank-and-file warriors sleeping around them, awoke. Their minds unfolded like blades from sheaths, protocols branching like lightning. Their bodies rose from stasis thrones, dust falling from ancient carapaces. New commands rippled out across the subterranean network. On the surface, the Black Legion continued to slaughter. Loyalist resistance collapsed street by street, as demons, Astartes and traitor soldiers encircled pockets of defenders and tore them apart. Whole companies died under bolter volleys and warp-fire blasts, turned to mangled heaps of flesh and charred armor. On the flagship, Abaddon watched it all through a cascade of pict feeds and Auspex overlays. Hive Calthrax was a crater of cooling glass. Hive Vorthar burned, its spires bleeding smoke. Vox intercepts of panicked Imperial commanders played across one side of the display, pleas for reinforcements that would never come, orders to hold sectors that no longer existed. He smiled. "Vorthex Prime is already broken," he said, turning away from the hololith. "This world is ours. Its heart will be ours. The Imperium will not even know it has fallen until we have stripped it to the bone." Around him, his lords bowed their helms. None of them heard the cold metallic heartbeats echoing through the planet's core. None of them felt the machine minds of a true tomb world rising from their long sleep, summoned not only by the trespass of chaos, but by the sheer scale of slaughter conducted on their surface. The despoiler's fist had closed on Vorthex Prime. He did not yet see the blades flexing within the world, ready to cut. The first sound in the tomb was not a noise, as flesh things understood it. It was a change in vibration, a shift in pressure in the medium of solid stone and alloyed metal. A resonance woke within the lattice of Vorthex Prime, running along buried pylons and hexagonal plates, turning the planet's skeleton into a great, silent chime. The sepulchre chamber at the heart of that lattice woke with it. It was a space carved when the stars of the galaxy had burned younger, a vault so vast that even a titan could have walked upright beneath its roof. Black stone and green-black metal formed pillars that rose for kilometers, disappearing into shadow above. Between them lay ranks upon ranks of sarcophagi, each one a rectangular coffin of seamless alloy, each one engraved in angular glyphs that glowed the faintest suggestion of emerald. In each sarcophagus slept a warrior. They lay as iron cadavers awaiting a drumbeat, arms folded across chest plates, worked in dynastic sigils, gas flare muzzles resting upon their torsos like swords on the bodies of ancient kings. Their skull-like metal faces were shuttered, eye sockets dark. Stasis fields hummed, their energies too low to be visible, yet potent enough to halt decay and motion alike. Dust lay upon them in a fine, undisturbed layer. Between these ranks moved the first waking minds. Canoptech constructs, mechanical creatures in the shape of insects and predators, glided through the dark. Scarabs skittered along sarcophagi, their monomolecular mandibles cleaning the dust away, even as their internal arrays catalogued every fluctuation in the vault's energy. Wraiths slipped between pillars like hunting eels, bodies made of segmented coils that faded between phases, their spines bristling with sensor veins. Spider-like constructs walked slow circuits among the sleeping legions, each step a thunderclap to those that could hear on such frequencies. They moved with purpose, New inputs fed their behavior trees. Heat blooms and electromagnetic storms on the surface. Massive energy discharges from orbit. Tidal distortions in the planet's own magnetic field from orbital bombardment. Warp flux readings, spiking and collapsing, as if something in the immaterium were being torn open and then sheared closed again. At the exact center of the sepulchre rose a single structure that eclipsed all others. It was a monolith of peculiar design, not merely a column, but a sarcophagus housed within a cradle of struts and pylons. Grooves in the floor fed energy inward from every direction, lines of faint green luminescence converging at its base. Its front face bore a single sigil, larger than any other in the vault, a glyph that represented a name whose meaning had been burned from the galaxy when the Necrontyr had shed their flesh. Within that sarcophagus, a mind stirred. There was resistance at first. Not pain, for that had been excised long ago, but a momentary drag as systems that had not run in an age reinitialized. Subroutines flickered and died. Others activated, adjusting to new constants in the physical laws of the galaxy. Awareness rose from nothingness along prefabricated pathways. He remembered the war in heaven. He remembered stars guttering as weapons that changed the rules of reality itself were unleashed. He remembered the slow, inevitable triumph of the Silent King's pact, how the soul fire of his people had been poured into eternal metal shells and harnessed to engines that could wring victory from the bones of the universe. He remembered how much he had hated it. Angrazek, overlord of the Vorthex dynasty, opened his eyes. Emerald light flared in the depths of his metal skull. Stasis fields collapsed around him, releasing the precise imprint of his consciousness back into its waiting frame. The sarcophagus that had held him quivered. Locking clamps slid aside. With a grinding shriek of tortured metal, the stasis cradle opened like the petals of some monstrous iron flower. He stepped out onto the sepulchre floor. His body was an expression of engineered perfection. Layered armor plates, embossed with sigils of rulership, covered limbs that moved with mathematical grace. His spine was a column of emerald fire contained within a cage of living metal. His hands ended in long fingers tipped with delicate manipulators and built-in weapon nodes. At his back, a cloak of polished metal plates hung in ragged tiers, each link a memory tile containing the histories of 100 campaigns. He stood, immobile, as data flowed. The Sepulchre Chamber's canoptech network fed him everything it had, seen and sensed since the first tremor, telemetry of surface bombardment, atmospheric ionization curves, patterns of thermal bloom that matched known profiles of Imperial macro-cannon fire, Vox chatter analysis from surviving Auspex relays, biological population maps recalculated in real time as whole hives died in oceans of fire. Beneath those numbers came another layer, warp readings. Angrazek watched abstracted fields form in his mind, skeins of data representing the immaterium around Vorthex Prime. He saw how it had been. A quiet depression, a null bastion carved by his dynasty's pylons, suppressing the howling madness that rode the tides of unreality. A bubble of silence in which the energies of their Citan-forged weapons could sing unimpeded by demonic interference. Now he saw what had intruded. He watched the warp flux rise as mortals on the surface screamed and died. He saw the pinprick ruptures as a sorcerer tore holes in the fabric of reality above Hive Vorthar. He saw demonic signatures push through, hatred crystallized into forms, and then felt the way the tomb network's null feedback had gnawed at them, making them stutter and burn. He recognized the pattern. Chaos. It was an old foe, older even than the Imperium, older than the crude faith of Mon Ki, who worshipped their carrion god on Terra. He remembered the first manifestations of the warp during the war in heaven, how the Necrontire had watched the upstart psychic races call forth their new patrons. He remembered the disgust of the star gods, beings of pure hunger, at these parasites clawing at the edges of reality. He remembered how the Necron had learned to damp that power, to cage it with pylons and null fields. His hatred was not a hot thing. It was not a blaze. It was a void. He regarded the presence of chaos on his world and represented his emotion as a simple directive. Erase. Angrazek turned. Bands of green light ran across his body as internal power systems stepped up from standby to full combat readiness. Weapon nodes opened along his arms and spine, humming softly. An ornate war scythe unfolded from its stowed position at his back, the blade a single sliver of phase-hardened metal that caught the dim light and fractured it into hard emerald. Across the chamber, other sarcophagi cracked open. Necron lords rose from their own thrones, each bearing their own markers of rank. Crests of blade-thin spines, faceplates carved into the visages of ancient kings, arms thickened with integrated heavy weapons. Around them, the rank-and-file legions began to wake as full activation commands spread through the network. In another part of the tomb complex, in a chamber lined in obelisks of flickering green crystal, the cryptex gathered. They did not walk. Their forms flickered into existence around a central node, each one a projection of a mind housed somewhere else in the complex. Their bodies, when they chose to employ them, were strange even. By Necron standards, elongated limbs bristling with arcane devices, skulls encased in masks that moved with insectile articulation. Here, they appeared as standing figures of static-laced light, each one holding a rod or staff that represented their chosen discipline. They greeted their overlord with a shared burst of coded acknowledgement, streams of data that a human mind would have called greetings and obeisance. Angrazek accepted their courtesies as he paced into the projection field. Calculations blossomed in the air around them, represented as slowly turning geometric shapes, each one a probability matrix or predictive model. The cryptex had already begun their work while he woke. Now they presented their conclusions. Vox echoes of the Chaos Fleet were turned into lines of fire above the projector, each marker indicating vessel mass, weapons load, projected armor. Simulation images of the Black Legion's greater warships appeared and disintegrated in sequences as firing. Solutions were tested. Groundside, maps of Vorthex Prime's surface unfolded, dotted with markers that represented mortal troop concentrations, Astartes warband deployments, demon incursion points. Casualty projections ran along the edges of every model. Traitor Astartes identified, one of the cryptex said, its voice a monotone layered with the crackle of static. Datascape comparison matches corrupted Imperial archives. Black Legion, led by War Master Patton, high potential threat, diminished by limited numbers. Another cryptech extended a staff. Lines of emerald fire extended from the planetary maps, linking nodes in the crust. The nodes flared brighter as they connected into patterns. Anti-warp pylon lattice at 60% readiness, he reported. Activation now will suppress further demonic incursions by a factor exceeding 9/10. Localized warp anomalies may persist where opposing psychers exert extreme effort, but their sustainability will be low. Recommended action, another intoned. Full activation of pylon network, escalation of surface engagement from observation to eradication, utilization of warrior phalanxes, immortal cadres, and deathmark assassination units. Flayed ones are already waking in underhive zones, uncontrolled, but their activities will contribute to cleansing. Angrazek listened to them with half his mind. He had commanded cryptech conclaves through wars that had shattered solar empires. Their cautious models and statistical assurances were tools he valued, but did not revere. Activate the pylons, he ordered. Bring the null fields to full strength. I want no demonic corruption in my tomb. Any warp spawn that sets foot upon Vorthex soil is to be unmade at the molecular level. He flicked a finger. New models appeared, extrapolations of chaos deployment. "Open the tomb gates," he said. "Vorthex Prime is no longer in dormancy. It is under assault. We will answer." The cryptex bowed, their projections flickering. Across the planet, deep beneath hive foundations, manufactoria, and ash wastes, vast portal mechanisms ground into motion. Some lay beneath underhives, hidden behind centuries of filth and industry. Some were buried in open wastes, their surfaces eroded by the slow passage of time. Others lay directly beneath functioning imperial infrastructure, their presence suspected by none of the ignorant Monkey who scuttled about above. Each gate was a ring of green-black metal, etched with glyphs of translation. Each was connected by phase tunnels to the main sepulchre and the armories beyond. As activation commands rolled through the network, energies built within their frames. The air around them crackled, growing thin and brittle. Then, one by one, they irised open. Emerald light flared within the rings, resolving into planes of flickering energy. The first Necron warriors stepped through in perfect lockstep, their movements synchronized, to a level no organic nervous system could achieve. They emerged onto corpse-littered underhive corridors, into ash-choked craters, into manufactoria floors slick with oil and blood. They came by the 1,000 at each gate, then by the 10,000. Then the numbers lost meaning against the scale of the planet-wide deployment. Phalanxes formed with mechanical precision, weapons ready, each warrior's eyes glowing with the cold, impersonal light of machines that remembered once being men and despised the memory. Immortals followed, bulkier forms bearing heavier Gorse blasters, their targeting arrays already locked to pre-selected kill zones. Death marks phased in and out of reality at will, taking up positions in high vantage points and shadowed alcoves, sniper weapons ready to deliver shots from angles no human would ever anticipate. In the deep underhives beneath High Vorthar, traitor cultists had gathered in the hours since the first Chaos landings. They had dragged loyalist prisoners into makeshift shrines, painting walls with blood and daubing crude 8-pointed stars over the old imperial iconography. Some had offered sacrifices to the demons, now rampaging through the streets above. Others had simply fallen upon each other in gory feasts, drunk on victory and the illusion of favor. In one such sump chamber, a priest of the dark gods raised his arms, chanting. His followers swayed, some weeping, some laughing, all spattered with gore. The altar before them was a slab of promethium drum, and on it lay the hacked remains of what had been a commissar. A faint chittering sound made a few heads turn. Green light shone in the darkness beyond the shrine. For a heartbeat, the cultists thought it the glow of some new demon. They howled fresh praise, arms lifting knives and chain blades. The first Goss beam lanced through the chamber. It was precise and thin, a line of emerald that cut through the air like a drawn wire. It hit the priest in mid-chant. His mouth stretched to form a new praise name for a dark god, and then his jaw was no longer there. His skull disintegrated from the nose up as the beam stripped his flesh, bone and brain matter layer by layer, atom by atom, returning them to drifting ash. His body remained standing for a moment, arms still raised, neck a smoking stump. Then the rest of the beams came. The cultists were sliced apart in a heartbeat, their bodies unraveled with clinical exactitude. Fingers vanished before hands, arms before shoulders, torsos before legs. For a second, skeletons stood where men had been, gleaming in the emerald light. Then they too were gone, reduced to dust that settled slowly onto the blood-slick floor. Those at the very edge of the firing arc were not killed outright. They screamed as limbs vanished, as skin peeled from muscle, as organs partially disintegrated. They fell, writhing, trailing vaporized flesh behind them. Shapes stepped from the tunnel beyond the shrine. They were mockeries of the warriors that marched in ordered phalanxes elsewhere. Their frames were twisted, hunched, some still bearing shreds of flesh and bone that clung like trophies. Their metal, normally pristine, was filth-streaked and scarred with claw marks, as if they had tried to tear their way out of their own skins. Their fingers tapered not into manipulators, but into long, hooked blades, flayed ones. They came forward with a hunger that was not hunger, jaws opening and closing in brittle rattles. They fell upon the wounded cultists and began to work. They peeled skin from bone with gruesome patience, layering it over their own frames. They pried ribs apart to reach still beating hearts, crushing them in skeletal fists. They tore faces from skulls and pressed them over their own featureless visages, stretching flesh like masks until it tore. Strips of muscle hung from their shoulders like grotesque cloaks. The chamber that had been an altar to chaos became a butchery thrown in. Reverse. The butchers were the dead, and the sacrifices the living. Elsewhere, the Black Legion first met the waking tomb. Varrock led his patrol through the shattered manufactoria on the northern fringe of Hive Vorthar. The air was gritty with soot and fiber dust, the ground a tangle of conveyor lines and broken machines. His Terminators lumbered in his wake, their ancient armor shrugging off the occasional desultory lash shot from some forgotten loyalist pocket still holding out. "Movement ahead," one voxed. "Heat signatures. Not human, not demon." Varrock raised a clenched fist. The squad halted. Through the fractured remains of a plasteel wall, he saw them. They emerged from a ring of green light that hovered a meter above the cracked floor, its surface rippling like disturbed water. The first Necron warrior stepped through, its stride unhurried, weapon held across its torso. Its metal skull turned left and right, taking in the ruins with blank contempt. Behind it came another, and another. Within moments, the manufactorum floor beyond the breach was filled with advancing figures, each identical, each moving in perfect synchrony. "Servitors," one of the Black Legionnaires muttered over the vox. "Mechanicus constructs." Varrock's remaining eye narrowed. "No," he said, "not theirs. Xenos." The Necron phalanx turned as one. Emerald light flared in eye sockets. Gauss flares lifted, movements snapping into alignment with a unity no human could match. "Engage!" Varrock ordered. The Terminators stepped into the breach, weapons roaring. Bolter shells tore into the front rank of Necron warriors. Mass reactive charges detonated, blowing chunks of metal from torsos, severing limbs. One warrior's head vanished in a burst of shards as a storm bolter's burst struck it square. Another's spine was punctured, its upper body flipping backward. The first rank fell. The second marched on, stepping over their fallen with total disregard. Their Gauss flares spat emerald fury. Where the beams struck ceramite, paint blistered and armor molecules began to unravel, plates pitting and blackening. A Terminator grunted as his shoulder guard melted away in a spray of molten metal and vaporized flesh, the beam chewing through layers that had deflected battle cannon shells in previous wars. He forced his arm to keep moving, firing back even as pain screamed along nerve-spliced receptors. A traitor guardsman in makeshift cover behind an engine block was not so fortunate. Gauss fire swept across his position. His laser gun and chest vanished together, upper body becoming a drifting smear of ash. His legs, severed at the hips, toppled, knees hitting the ground before the rest fell. Varrock waded forward, chain axe roaring. A Gauss beam cut a line across his breastplate, turning the Black Legion 8-pointed star there into a warped scar of fused metal. Warning runes flared across his helm's displays. He ignored them, throwing himself at the nearest Necron. The thing did not flinch. Its movements did not change. It simply rotated its torso and attempted to bring its weapon to bear, as if Varrock were just another target on its threat grid. The chain axe smashed into its chest. Phase-hardened alloy met whirring teeth. For a moment they sparked and shrieked, neither giving. Then the chain axe bit, chewing through layers of living metal, tearing the warrior in half. Its upper body fell, fingers still tightening on the flayer's trigger, beams carving wild lines through the air. Varrock brought the axe down again, splitting its skull. The Necron did not scream. It emitted a crackle as systems failed. Then the light went out in its eyes. He turned to find another target. Behind him, the Havoc Squad deployed. They swung heavy weapons into position, Lascannons whining as capacitors charged, missile launchers locking onto targets. The air filled with the crack of armor-piercing rounds and the hiss of superheated beams. Lascannon fire punched through Necron ranks, vaporizing warriors outright, or leaving gaping holes in their torsos. Missile warheads exploded among them, shattering limbs, tearing off heads. Even living metal had limits. Bodies fell, some twitching, some still trying to rise with half their mass missing. Immortals at the back of the formation staggered under the barrage, their heavier frames scorched. "Now they die," one of the Havocs voxed, a savage grin audible even through the distortion. Then the wreckage began to vanish. It happened in pieces. A severed arm, lying amid rubble, flickered with emerald fire and simply ceased to be. A warrior crawling forward on its hands, lower half blown away, dissolved from the spinal column downward, leaving only a head and shoulders that scrabbled at the floor before they too phased out. Whole corpses winked out of reality, their constituent particles translating along hidden phase tunnels to repair bays deeper in the tomb complex. Varrock watched as the corpse he had just hacked in half shimmered and faded, its weight vanishing from beneath his boots. "What sorcery is this?" a Terminator snarled. "No sorcery," Varrock said. He felt the hairs along the back of his neck, beneath scar tissue, prickle. "Machinery. They are retrieving their dead." Vox channels filled with shouts and curses. "Metal undead," a traitor sergeant raved from another sector. "You shoot them down and they get back up. Their guns peel you like fruit. It is like fighting servitors built by a god that hates us." "Unbreakable Xenos engines," another voice crackled. "We poured auto-cannon fire into them until the barrels glowed and they just kept coming. I saw a demonette leap on one and it burned. It burned away, screaming like it was being eaten." "Gauss fire, repeat, Gauss fire," came a fractured vox from a demon engine pilot. "They are unmaking the warp flesh. The demons are screaming as they die. They are not banished. They are being erased." In the tomb, Angrazek watched the same engagements unfold in cold abstraction. Hollow fields surrounded him, populated by representations of his legions and the enemy. Black for the Black Legion warbands, their numbers swollen by the grey haze that represented mortal troops, munitions and armor. Emerald for his own forces, red for warp anomalies and demonic presences, shrinking as the anti-warp pylons' fields expanded and null feedback intensified. He saw where phalanxes advanced too far without support, where Black Legion Havoc squads had found firing lanes that inflicted meaningful damage. He saw where flayed ones had gone feral in underhive sectors and had to be cordoned with death zones lest they interfere with more precise operations. He saw it all as a series of equations. Inputs, enemy tonnage, manpower, demon infestation levels, warp distortion factors, available Necron warrior stock, cryptech, support, pylon charge state, outputs, projected time to full eradication of chaos presence, estimated resource consumption, potential damage to tomb infrastructure, probability curves for emergent variables. The numbers pleased him. The mortals and their corrupted Astartes allies swarmed across Vorthex Prime like maggots, countless in the way that individual grains of sand formed deserts. But each died when sufficient energy was applied. Each could be accounted for as a term in an equation of extermination. His legions awoke in their thousands, then tens of thousands, then millions. Great ranks of warriors and immortals marched from their vaults, Gauss weapons humming. Doomsday constructs stirred, their guns aligning to voidwood, their barrels warming with energies stolen from the heart of dead stars. In the deep vaults beneath the sepulchre, more sarcophagi opened. More lords rose. Their minds slotted into the command structure with seamless ease, taking control of flanks, defensive grids, air support. Angrazek raised one hand. New commands rippled out along the network. Reinforce the phalanx engaging Black Legion heavy weapons teams. Redirect a squadron of Tomb Blades to strafe entrenched traitor guard positions. Divert a cadre of death marks to hunt the sorcerer, whose warp rituals had drawn so much attention earlier. Expand the anti-warp lattice by 3% to cover emergent demon concentrations near High Vorthar's central plaza. Above him, hololithic representations of the Chaos Fleet hung like a crown of thorns around Vorthex Prime. He saw their shells falling, their lance strikes tearing the crust. He marked them as targets to be addressed once the planet's surface was sufficiently sterilized. The conflict was no crusade. It was no holy war. It was an operation. On one side, the billion-strong vermin tide of chaos mortals and their corrupted, gene-forged masters. On the other, the steadily rising wave of Necron legions, each unit a weapon of clinical annihilation. Angrazek regarded the numbers, the flows of projected slaughter, and felt the nearest thing to satisfaction that his hollowed soul could experience. The tomb world of Vorthex was awake. The infestation upon its skin would die. The command cathedral of the flagship thrummed with restrained fury. Hololiths hung in the air like captive stars, each one a shifting representation of Vorthex Prime, and the killers swarming across its scarred skin. Emerald runes marked Necron concentrations. Black sigils denoted Black Legion spearheads and the grey haze of mortal hordes. All of it rotated slowly above the armored deck where Abaddon stood, one gauntleted hand resting on the pommel of his demon sword, the talon flexing idly at his side. Around him, his lords argued. "They move like the legends," one growled, his helm mag-locked to his belt, scarred face twisted with something close to distaste. "The ancient machine abominations the old Mechanicus," texts whisper of. "The Iron Men, automata that learned to hate." Another shook his horned helm, Vox grill crackling. "These are worse," he said. "The Iron Men were tools turned rabid. These bodies were built for war from the first thought. I have watched their ranks reform after taking punishment that would leave even our brothers in shards. Their dead do not stay dead. Their lines do not break." The warpsmith's mechadendrites clicked as he leaned toward the hololith, eyes full of cold, possessive hunger. "I care what they are made of, not what they remind you of," he rasped. "That living metal responds to damage, unlike any known alloy. It remembers its shape. It yearns for it. Even shattered, it flees to rejoin the whole. If we can chain that reaction, bind it to demon engines or warplate, we could field armor that refuses to stay broken." "At what cost?" Varak asked, folding his scarred arms. "You speak of chaining a storm. Those pylons they rouse, those null fields, the warp groans beneath them, our sorcery falters. The demons scream as if they are being eaten." The sorcerer at the edge of the council stepped forward. Pale witch flames crawled in the seams of his armor, lighting the sigils there in brief, hungry flashes. "The champion speaks truth," he said, bowing his head slightly to Abaddon and no one else. "Where their phalanxes advance, the warp thins, not as a storm, but as a wound. My familiars die when they cross into that cold. The daemons lose substance. I have felt whole rituals torn apart, not by another caster, but by the planet itself answering their presence." He raised a clawed gauntlet and drew lines of light in the air, tracing the lattice of anti-warp pylons. Angrazek had awakened. To mortal eyes, the pattern would have looked like insane scribbling. To those present, it was a map of enemy denial. "This is an old hatred," the sorcerer continued. "We watched the first of their kind drag, screaming warp things from the sky and cut them into shards long before your rebellion, War Master. The Necrons despise the Immaterium. They seek to smother it wherever they walk. Murmurs spread among the assembled lords. Some muttered curses to their chosen patrons, promising retaliation. Others simply scowled, weighing the tactical implications. Abaddon listened in silence. He let their words wash over him, remembering other wars, other foes. Tyrannid hive fleets chewing on reality's edges. Orcish wars that blotted out suns with their sheer exuberant savagery. The endless decadent stagnation of imperial crusades. The Necrons were worse than any of them in one crucial way. They did not care. They did not hate out of passion, as demons did. They did not rage, as orcs did. They did not pray, as mortals did. They simply calculated and killed. Then we will show them what they have miscalculated, Abaddon said at last. His voice silenced the hall. Even the hololiths seemed to draw inward, their resolution sharpening. We will not nip at the edges of this tomb, he went on. We will not content ourselves with skirmishes and stolen fragments. That is the work of carrion birds and scavenger gods. We are the Black Legion. When we test an enemy, we do so with a clenched fist. He gestured, and the hololith shifted, zooming down onto one of the largest concentrations of Necron activity. A continent whose interior was a wasteland of vitrified plains and black stone, where monolithic shapes thrust up like knives from the crust. Auspex runes flickered across it, marking energy readings and gate signatures. Here, Abaddon said, they have buried one of their principal complexes beneath this desert. Their pylons run thickest. Their monoliths blink in and out of phase. We will drive a spear into that heart. He looked to his gathered champions. Commit multiple full companies of brothers, he said. Every heavy weapon cadre that can be spared. Billions of mortal troops in support. Titans from the damned legios that still follow my banner. Demon engines by the pack. We will crush this node and see how many of these machines we can break before they adapt. Varak bared his teeth. You would throw so much into a test? He asked. Abaddon turned his gaze upon him. The weight of it fell like an executioner's axe. Every war is a test, he said. Those who survive will be of greater worth. Those who die will have purchased knowledge with their blood. The War Master of old bled 10 legions on the soil of Ulanor to learn what the greenskins could endure. I will not be less ruthless than Horus. He raised the talon slightly. Its blades chimed. Go, he said. Muster. The despoiler's fist will fall. Let us see what remains standing when it opens again. The battlefield stretched from horizon to horizon and beyond, a scar across a continent. Ash wastes rolled in sullen waves. Glassy, dunes formed from vitrified earth, where lance strikes had carved gashes. The sky above was a bruise, swollen with warp storm colors. Distorted auroras coiled around orbital fire trails. The sun was a dim smear behind it all, its light strangled by smoke and warp haze. Across that expanse marched war. Columns of traitor guard regiments, their uniforms a patchwork of stolen colors and chaos iconography, pushed forward in endless lines. Tanks rumbled between them, engines revving as they bounced over shattered ground. Basilisks and Earthshaker batteries roared from the rear, their guns belching shells that traced grey arcs through the choked sky. Artillery shrieked overhead from both sides, sometimes meeting and detonating mid-air in blossoms of shrapnel. Banners snapped in a hot, dry wind. Some still bore the faded eagles and skulls of the Astra Militarum. Others showed 8-pointed stars, runes of the gods, crude depictions of demon faces dripping painted blood. Loudhailers blared contradictory hymns, half-remembered imperial marches overlaid with new chants in the dark tongue. Between and above the mortal tide strode greater shapes. Corrupted titans, once god machines of the Collegia Titanica, walked with the stamping inevitability of avenging deities. Their carapaces were a nightmare of defaced litanies and impaled corpses, their weapon arms wreathed in hellfire. Each step shook the ground, sending fissures spidering across the ash. Their engines howled in joy at the slaughter ahead. At the very front, ahead even of the tanks, cultist battalions ran, driven by fear and the lash. Men in stolen armor and rags alike, wielding autoguns, stubbers, sharpened scrap. Some screamed praise to gods of blood and change, others simply screamed. They tripped over landmines, over the bodies of those who had gone before, over each other. All of them surged toward a line of black shapes in the distance. Necron monoliths rose from the desert like obsidian, tombstones, their forms unnaturally sharp. Their faces were carved in those hateful, angular glyphs that hurt human eyes to look upon, each mark reflecting a logic that knew neither mercy nor compromise. At their base, Necron phalanxes stood in perfect formation, rank upon rank of warriors and immortals, Gauss weapon muzzles held ready. Above them, doomsday arcs hovered, their crescent hulls silent, heavy guns tracking with glacial precision. In the air, formations of Necron aircraft cut through the warp-stained clouds, their movements smooth and effortless, leaving trails of broken light. The traitor guard opened fire as they came into range. Lasfire crackled in massed volleys, a red rain pouring toward the Necron line. Heavy bolters thudded, autocannons barked, rocket batteries hissed. Shells detonated on the desert between the armies, throwing up plumes of glass dust and rock. A few hit Necron vehicles, sparking off their hulls, leaving scorch scars. The Necrons answered. Gauss arrays along the monoliths and doomsday arcs lit in sequence, a pattern of emerald that ran like a wave along the line. Beams slashed out, not in chaotic sprays, but in carefully calculated lattices designed to sweep kill zones clean. The front ranks of cultists ceased to be. Where the beams touched flesh, they did not burn in the crude, familiar way of promethium or plasma. They stripped. Skins sloughed away in sheets that turned to vapor before they hit the ground. Muscles unraveled in strings that disintegrated into dust. Bones glowed, visible for an instant as ghostly frameworks, teeth bared in silent screams. Then they too crumbled, collapsing into heaps of ash that piled where men had been. The effect ran through regiments like a scythe, through overripe crops. Whole companies vanished in seconds, leaving only drifting clouds and neat piles of weapons and equipment. Flak armor, laser guns, helms and boots fell in rattling showers, landing in orderly drifts as if carefully placed by an unseen hand. Men a step behind those caught in the gorse, Wash stumbled, suddenly running through fields of gear that had moments ago contained comrades. Some of them broke. They turned, faces gone white beneath war paint and filth, and tried to flee. Commissars and Chaos Enforcers shot them in the back. Astartes, overseeing the advance with bolters and power mauls, waded into their ranks, killing deserters and rallying the rest by sheer brutal example. "Forward," one of the Black Legionnaires bellowed, punching a fleeing man's head clean from his shoulders with a backhanded blow. "Die running if you wish, but you will die on the correct side of the field." The Titans returned fire, their cannons roaring, their carapace missile batteries vomiting death. Volcano lances carved gouts from the desert, scoring Necron formations. In some places, even that colossal power found purchase, smashing monoliths aside, reducing them to piles of broken, cooling metal. The Necron line adjusted. New monoliths phased in, replacing those destroyed. Doomsday arcs reoriented, their great guns humming as they locked onto Titan plasma cores. Beams thick as hab towers lanced out, wrapping the legs and torsos of god machines in emerald light. Metal screamed as it was unmade. A corrupted warlord Titan staggered, its leg assemblies stripped layer by layer until they could no longer bear its weight. It toppled slowly, weapons firing wildly, crushing squads of traitor guard and tanks alike beneath its bulk. Into this, hell stepped the Black Legion's chosen. Teleport sirens wailed in Varrac's helm. He stood with his terminators in the humming darkness of a teleportarium chamber, surrounded by crackling generator coils. The air smelled of ionized metal and old blood. Static crawled across his armor, raising sparks around the scars on his face. Targeting data confirmed, a tech thrall droned, half-fused to a console. We have their gun line. Coordinates. Translation will be imprecise. Their phase interference. We do not require precision, Varrac cut in. We require proximity. He checked the charge on his combi weapon, feeling the faint throbbing of the melter charge slumbering within. His chain fist whirred once as he flexed its clawed fingers. The teeth along its palm sang briefly, eager. Brothers, he voxed to his squad. We go into the throat of the machine. Tear it out. Teleport flares swallowed them. For an instant, there was only roaring light, the taste of copper and ozone in his mouth. Reality folded, unfolded. Then his boots hit something solid with bone-jarring force. They arrived in the heart of a Necron gun line. Ranks of warriors and immortals stretched around them, their attention fixed outward on the ocean of traitors. The air here shimmered with residual Gauss discharge. The ground was slick with fine ash, the remains of those who had charged earlier. Necron gun crews did not flinch at the sudden appearance of Astartes in their midst. Their logic trees simply updated. Varrac moved first. His combi bolter roared, spitting mass-reactive shells into the nearest immortal's chest, blowing it backward in a shower of fractured metal. He followed with a melter blast at point-blank range, the fusion charge washing over another Necron's torso, turning it into slag that dripped from its still-standing legs before those too collapsed. Around him, his terminators went to work. Chain fists tore into Necron hulls, ripping open doomsday arcs from below, their blades shrieking as they chewed through decks and power conduits. Combi flamers bathed ranks of warriors in gouts of burning promethium, the liquid fire sticking to living metal and cooking systems within. Power axes smashed limbs, decapitating, tearing weapons from hands. The Necrons refused to panic. They turned with mechanical grace, firing even as they were dismembered. Gauss beams scythed the air at knee. Height. A Terminator to Varrac's left took one full in the side, his ancient armor groaning as the beam peeled layers away. Internal cogitators tried desperately to compensate, rerouting power even as organs within hissed and shriveled. He roared defiance, swung his fist, and then collapsed as his leg assemblies failed, his lower body simply gone. Varrac stepped over him, chain fist descending in an arc that severed a warrior's head and shoulders both. Emerald light flared brighter ahead. The Necron phalanx parted. Angrazek translated onto the field in a burst of phase light, his form resolving with the inevitability of a verdict. Around him, a circle of Lichguard stepped through, with shields raised and war scythes ready, forming an honor guard of metal statues come to murderous life. The Overlord took in the scene with a single sweep of his gaze. Black-armored giants in ancient plate, wading through his gun crews, radiating warp stink and the spore of countless atrocities, mortals dying like insects at the feet of his monoliths. Data flooded his perception in a sheet of numbers. He selected a target. Varrac felt the Necron's attention like a weight. He turned, spitting curses, chain fist lifting. Angrazek moved. His war scythe carved the air, the blade here and then not, space seeming to fold around its edge. It met a Black Legion Terminator square across the breastplate. Ceramite and adamantium might as well have been parchment. The war scythe cut through, bisecting armor, flesh and spine in a single contemptuous sweep. The Terminator's upper half slid from his lower, organs spilling, ichor and gene seed fluid splattering the ashen ground. The Overlord did not pause. He stepped into the gap that corpse left, scythe spinning. Another Astartes raised a combi bolter, only to lose his arm at the shoulder, the rest of his body following in neat sections, a heartbeat later. The war scythe carved legs from under a third, head from a fourth. In seconds, a space clear of Black Legionnaires had been cut, bodies in pieces, some still twitching. Varrock met him with a bellow, chain fist roaring. He swung for the Overlord's head, all his considerable strength behind the blow. Angrazek parried. Metal screamed as chain fist teeth met phase blade. Sparks of emerald and blood red flew. For a heartbeat, the two weapons locked, power fields grinding. Varrock pushed, servos snarling in his gauntlet, his remaining eye wide with effort. The Overlord tilted his head slightly, analyzing. Then he stepped back, letting the chain fist's momentum carry it forward, past him. His free hand lashed out, fingers tipped with blades, punching through Varrock's pauldron. He gripped, twisting. Metal yielded. Something deep inside Varrock's shoulder tore. Pain exploded down his arm. He snarled, kicking out, boot slamming into the Necron's leg. The Overlord did not move. It was like trying to topple a statue anchored to the planet's bones. A vox howl cut through their struggle. "Engines unleashed," came the warpsmith's voice. "Let us see how these corpses fare against true fury." On the Chaos flank, a pack of demon engines charged. Defilers scuttled forward on spider legs, battle cannons booming, Reaper autocannons chattering. Forge fiends thundered beside them, their mouths belching streams of warp-tainted plasma. Mauler fiends bounded, claws ploughing furrows in the ash, chains whipping around them like flensing tongues. Bound demons writhed within their hulls, howling glee at the prospect of carnage. They hit the Necron line like living comets. Doomsday arcs were bowled aside, hulls dented, guns twisted. Gauss batteries crumpled under clawed legs. Warriors were crushed to scrap and ash beneath hammering limbs. Warp fire spat from demon cannons, washing over living metal, eating it in flickering gouts. For a few precious moments, the demon engines rampaged unchecked. Then the pylons woke. All across the Necron complex, buried structures flared, their crowns emerging from the desert like teeth. Black stone obelisks etched in hateful glyphs rose, emerald fields snapping into existence between them. The air hummed with a frequency that made mortal teeth ache and demons shriek. The warp retreated. The demons inside the engines felt it as a tearing of their very identities. The fields ate at them, stripping away unreality, sloughing warp essence from steel frames. Bound entities howled as they were forced into shapes the fields would accept, twisted, compressed, made less. One defiler slowed, its movements jerky, the howling from its sarcophagus cut off mid-scream, replaced by a ghastly grinding as gears spun without guidance. Its weapon limbs drooped, it stumbled, legs scraping. A forge fiend beside it reared, vomited a gout of plasma that guttered and died halfway to its target, then sagged, head lowering like an animal that has forgotten why it is, angry. The demons were being killed. Their shells remained. Necron fire intensified, targeting the now deranged machines with surgical precision. Gauss beams sheared off weapon limbs and legs. Doomsday blasts punched through hulls, blowing internal machinery into shrapnel. A Mauler fiend, still trying to run, had both front legs unmade in an instant, plunging snout first into the ash. It writhed, chains flailing, until a Necron-heavy construct crushed its skull with a single downward stomp. Elsewhere, the battle degenerated into pure horror. A cultist battalion, thrown forward as expendable shock troops, took the brunt of a Gauss barrage and dissolved. The survivors, their nerve already strained beyond human limits, broke. They dropped weapons, icons, even the bodies of standard bearers, and ran. They did not run far. Flayed ones phased in ahead of them, emerging from the ground itself like fingers pushing through cloth. The fleeing men stumbled as skeletal hands burst from the ash at their feet, claws hooking around ankles and dragging them down. They screamed, flailing, as the Necron horrors rose fully, already drooling over the prospect of fresh hides. The flayed ones did not waste bolts or beams. They set to work with claws alone, opening bellies, peeling skin from backs, breaking limbs to make the stripping easier. They draped new trophies over themselves as they cut, faces stretched over skulls, torsos worn like cloaks. The ash turned red around them, then black as the blood dried in the heat. In another sector, a hellbrute charged, its mutated torso fused into a dreadnought frame, howling praises to the god of war. Its multi-melter burned a hole through a Necron line, its power fist crushing warriors two at a time. It swung in a frenzy, blind with agony and joy. The destroyer lord that met it did so with all the ceremony of a butcher inspecting a carcass. Its body was half Necron, half weapon, spinal column bristling with thrusters, arms ending in long-bladed weapons that hummed with energy. It jetted forward, scythe limbs flashing. The hellbrute's arm fell away, severed at the shoulder. Organic matter and metal cables sprayed. The hellbrute roared and swung its remaining fist. The destroyer lord, simply, was not there. It had lifted over the blow, thrusters flaring, and landed atop the hellbrute's sarcophagus. Its weapons punched down again and again, cutting through armor plate, through warped flesh, through the bound Astartes within. It dismantled the aberration piece by piece, careful, methodical, ignoring the wild, impotent swings of what remained beneath it. Despite everything, some of the Black Legion's plans bore poisoned fruit. Under the cover of Titan fire and the sacrifice of mortal lives measured in uncounted millions, a spearhead reached one of the tomb entrances. The gate's surface had been cracked by repeated bombardment, its glyphs scorched. Phalanxes had died to protect it, their remains phasing away, even as they fell. Chaos made a gate of corpses. Traitor guardsmen were thrown down in heaps, living and dead, their bodies piled to waist height against the half-melted portal. Black Legionnaires climbed that mound, boots grinding organs and snapped bones into paste. Icons smeared in blood were hammered into the gate frame. Runes in the dark tongue were carved over Necron glyphs with chainsword teeth and power blades. Varach, armor smoking, helm cracked, planted a spike of twisted iron bearing the 8-pointed star into a seam and laughed raggedly. "Down," he voxed, "into their throat. Take whatever we can carry and kill everything else. If we cannot break the machine, we can at least poison it." They descended. The shaft beneath the gate was a wound bored deep into the planet, its walls lined with that same green-black metal, humming faintly. They moved in single file, Terminators first, warped light from their helm lenses casting long shadows. Behind them came squads of Chosen and Havocs, weapons ready, eyes straining. The air grew colder with each step. Deep below, the passage widened into a chamber. It was a relay nexus, a node where multiple phase tunnels intersected. Arcs of contained energy flickered between pylons, carrying data faster than any human could perceive. Galleries on several levels held Necron warriors at rest, waiting to deploy. At the center, a crystalline structure pulsed with light, the beating artificial heart of the complex. The Chaos spearhead poured fire into it, bolters roared, missiles screamed, plasma weapons spat sun-hot death. The Nexus shuddered under the impact, its outer shell cracking, shards falling. Warriors on the galleries activated, eyes lighting as they pivoted toward the intruders. Melee was inevitable. Varach hurled himself into it with a broken laugh, chain fist and combi bolter tearing and blasting. His Terminators formed a rough circle around the Nexus, back to back, their armor shining, with blood and warped light. Necron warriors clambered down from their perches, weapon stocks used as clubs when firing lines grew too congested. Gauss beams carved through the air in mad lines, slicing chunks from the chamber walls, cutting men in half. The floor became slick with fluids, both organic and mechanical. Smoke filled the chamber, lit from within by muzzle flashes and the steady green pulse of Necron power cores. Men slipped, died, rose again if they were metal. Far above, in the sepulchre, Angrazek watched the battle as one more glowing node on his hololithic display. He saw the incursion as a red stain sinking into one of his relay points. He watched the rate at which warrior casualties accrued, weighed against the structural damage the Chaos forces were inflicting. He modeled possible outcomes if they reached the Nexus core in sufficient strength to cripple it. He took a fraction of a second to consider. Then he issued new orders. Gateways around the Nexus flared to life, their energy fields rippling as fresh phalanxes stepped through. Heavy constructs activated on the levels above, their guns aligning downward. A containment protocol enfolded the node, rerouting critical functions to neighboring relays. The Nexus was sealed in a bubble of reinforced reality. Angrazek did not hurry to join them. There was no need. The equations were already settling. He watched as the red stain brightened, flared, then began to shrink under the inexorable pressure of Emerald. The Chaos warriors in that chamber would die there. Their deaths would be violent and instructive. Their incursion would be recorded, their weapons analyzed, their gene patterns catalogued and compared to archaic records of the Legiones Astartes. All of it folded into improved targeting algorithms and priority matrices. On the surface, the massacre continued, iron and shadow dancing across a world caught between them. In the depths, the tomb world learned, the void around. Vorthex Prime twisted. For long hours, the battle on the surface had raged, a storm of blood and fire crawling across the world's scarred skin. Now, another storm rolled in from the dark between stars. Auspex arrays on traitor cruisers and orbital platforms squawked and died as their machine spirits tried to resolve impossible contacts. Ghost echoes slid across cogitator screens, sickle silhouettes here and gone, mass readings that flickered from nothing to battlecruiser tonnage and back again. On one of the outermost Chaos escorts, a lean predator hull daubed in flayed hides and screaming scripture, the mortal Auspex officer slammed a fist against his console. "Contacts," he rasped, voice hoarse from hours of shouted warnings. "Unknowns. They are just appearing. No warp wake, no translation signature. They are simply there." Icons bloomed on his display. They were not like any ship he knew. No cathedral spires, no gun decks layered like the teeth of a devouring beast. No proud prows bearing the battered relics of the once loyal fleet. These newcomers were knife shapes and crescents, their hulls cold, smooth metal unmarred by ornament. Sicklecraft slid into existence on vector-perfect approach lines, their profiles like blades curved for beheading. Larger shapes loomed behind them, tomb ships whose bulk rivaled the greatest of the Imperium's battleships, their hulls etched in glyphs that drank auger beams and returned only static. "Necrons' signatures," whispered the navigator, his third eye weeping blood that floated in globules in the thin gravity of the bridge. "They do not tread the immaterium as others do. They cut through it. They do not ride the warp. They scar it." The gunnery captain spat a curse and made a warding sign over his chest, half in old Imperial fashion, half in the zigzag lines the Dark Gods preferred. "War Master's orders were clear," he said. "We hold orbit. We kill anything that tries to deny him his prize. Sound action stations. Bring lances to full charge. Those things bleed. We will make them bleed." Across the breadth of the Black Legion fleet, similar orders crackled from deck to deck. Macro shells were slammed into magazines by chained servitors, their arms blackened by propellant burns. Lance crews adjusted focusing crystals that glowed with captured starfire. Demon engines fused into hulls awoke and bugled their joy, their flesh-metal throats emitting noises that were not quite sound, echoing along bulkheads and through the teeth of mortal serfs. The stage was set. The Necron dynasty deployed its orbital assets with the same cold coordination it brought to every other aspect of its war. In the sepulchre beneath Vorthex Prime's crust, Angrazek regarded the void through a different set of eyes. Hololithic projections unfolded before him, not in familiar circles and icons, but as layered geometries, each line representing gravity vectors, energy densities, probable enemy, firing arcs. He watched his own tomb ships phase from their docks, their coordinates snapping from zero to presence as their inertialess drives shrugged aside the rules of mass and momentum. Sickle escort craft formed a lattice around them, each holding position with mathematical precision, their gas and particle weapons aligning to interlocking fields of fire. Scarab swarms clung to hulls in dormant clusters, ready to flow where damage required. Within their cores, anti-warp field generators hummed, tuned to frequencies that gnawed at the immaterium. The Necron fleet's arrival turned the space around Vorthex Prime into a graveyard of false readings. The first exchange of fire banished confusion. Chaos guns spoke in a tongue the galaxy knew well. Lance beams speared across the void, lines of white and violet that carved after-images on mortal retinas. They stabbed into the Necron formation, turning moments of phase interference into kills as they clipped tombship flanks. Mid-materialization. Macro shells, each one a cathedral of iron and high explosive, roared from siege prows, arcing along plotted trajectories to crater alien hulls. Against any human fleet, the opening salvo would have been crippling. The first Necron escort took a lance strike square to its crescent midsection. Hull plates exploded outward, spinning away as shards of brilliant green and black. The ship's spine fractured, its two halves starting to tumble apart. A cheer went up from the traitor bridge crew watching the Auspex feed. Then, in full view of a dozen horrified gunnery officers, the broken halves slowed, halted, and turned. Living metal reached for itself. The fractures along the hull knit in 1,000 glittering threads, like veins of molten emerald running through rock. The two halves of the ship flexed, edges softening, as if they were wax held to a flame, then flowed together, the break vanishing. Within heartbeats, the escort's silhouette was whole once more. Its guns remained silent for a moment only, as if in disdain, then lit with emerald as it opened fire. Other ships took macro hits that would have gutted cruisers. Entire sections caved in, atmospheres vented in white geysers. Where chaos vessels would bleed fire and men, the Necron hulls shuddered and reconfigured. Internal architecture shifting to contain the damage, compartments sealing with liquid metal bulwarks. In some cases, whole damaged portions simply disintegrated, sloughing away as waste mass, while new structures grew in their place. The Necrons replied with their own kind of annihilation. Particle beams, thick and blinding, stabbed out from tombship prows. They ignored void shields as if they were morning mist, chewing through energy screens and armor alike. A traitor cruiser took one such beam along its spine, its decks liquefied, men and munitions alike turned to vapor behind bulkheads that glowed white for an instant before flying apart. The ship's hull snapped, the forward half drifting, still firing as fires gutted its interior, the aft half tumbling away, its engines dead. Escort craft used their inertialess drives as weapons. They flickered forward, vanishing from one point and reappearing inside the outer shells of chaos formations, their sickle hulls cutting through void as if through water. Where they passed, lighter ships died, their flanks sliced open in neat, obscene cross-sections. Men and air and flame spilled into space, a spray of bodies and wreckage. Those close enough to see it die watched as an entire deck of a frigate simply ceased to exist, the bulkheads showing smooth cuts, bodies bisected at the waist, guts and organs frozen in bubbling ropes in the vacuum. On the bridge of the vengeful spirit, the carnage painted the air in ghost light. Hololiths showed ships winking out one by one, their icons flaring, then fading. Vox reports overlapped, a chorus of panic, rage, and pain. Tech priests babbled Binharic prayers as their consoles screamed error codes. A mortal captain, his rank badges newly stamped and his courage already frayed, swallowed hard and forced himself to speak. "War Master," he said, voice almost steady. We are losing escorts on the port flank. The outer screen is collapsing. Necron vessels are cutting through our formations faster than we can respond. I recommend we pull back to a tighter cordon, reorient our heavy guns, and... The talon of Horus moved. Abaddon did not turn fully toward the man. He did not need to. The ancient claw flashed out, fingers extending like barbed spears, and closed around the captain's chest. Ceramite breastplate and bone cracked like brittle glass. The man jerked once, eyes bulging, blood bursting from nose and mouth in a sudden torrent that spattered sacred consoles and the polished floor alike. Abaddon squeezed. The captain's ribcage collapsed inward. The sound was wet and final. The man's spine snapped, his legs kicking uselessly, in the air. When the War Master opened his hand, what remained of the captain slid bonelessly to the deck, a sack of meat and shattered armor. For a heartbeat, the only sound in the command cathedral was the susurrus of cooling blood. Abaddon wiped the worst of it from the talon by flexing, the claws scraping against one another with a grinding that made mortals flinch. "Withdraw," he said softly. "Pull back from prey that thinks itself a hunter." He stepped toward the main viewport. The vengeful spirit's prow loomed in the ghost reflection, a baroque nightmare of flensed angels, broken aquilae and grinning gargoyles. Beyond it, the Necron line glinted in the black, those sickle ships sliding between the larger tomb ships, like blades in the hands of a patient killer. "We are not the lamb," Abaddon murmured. "We are the knife." He turned his head slightly, addressing the helmsman, a gaunt figure surgically throned into the ship's command cradle. "Bring us. About," the War Master said. "Full burn. Ram their formation. I want their hulls breaking upon ours. The vengeful spirit has tasted the blood of Primarchs. It will not shy from metal ghosts." The helmsman did not question. He could not. The control pylon speared into his spine pulsed, feeding Abaddon's command into the ship's bones. Thrusters roared across kilometers of hull, vectors realigning. The flagship began to turn, its immense bulk describing a killing arc. Elsewhere in the fleet, a different kind of battle in the warp unfolded. In a chamber near the heart of a Chaos cruiser, a sorcerer stood within a circle of screaming men. The ritual pit's floor was painted in sigils of blood and powdered bone. Chains bound the captives in place, their bodies already marked by knives, their eyes rolled white. The sorcerer's armor was stripped of its helm, his scarred face lit by witchfire that crawled in the air around him. Warp light gathered at his fingertips in writhing coils, each strand thick with promise and threat. "By the hungers of the abyss," he intoned, "by the tides of the great sea, by the favor of the gods who rule where no star shines. Hear me." The ship shuddered under another near miss, the deck tilting slightly. Blood sloshed inside the pit, lapping at the captive's knees. "I call you to war," the sorcerer snarled. "I call you to the feast. The metal dead defy you. They wound your realm. Come and prove your dominion. Spill from the between-world and drown their souls." He slashed down. Knives took throats in a single practiced motion. Blood fountained. The captives spasmed, clutching at their wounds, voices breaking into gargles. Their lives poured into the circle, energy that the sorcerer seized and shaped, hurling it into the wound he tore in the fabric of reality. The warp answered. Something immense and hungry rolled its attention toward his call. The chamber's walls seemed to breathe, shadows thickening. The sorcerer's teeth ached as his skull filled with roaring. He cried out in exultation and agony as the veil thinned. Then the Necron fields bit down. Angrazek had not ignored the lesser war that the enemy waged in the Immaterium. His tomb ships and escorts carried generators tuned to the same frequencies as the planetary pylons. As the sorcerer's ritual flared, those generators sang. A lattice of null energy snapped into place around the Necron ships. The demons that had begun to push through the sorcerer's breach found not receptive hulls, but a killing grid. To beings of warp stuff, it was like plunging into a bath of acid. Their forming bodies shrieked as the null frequencies tore at them, unbinding the concepts that held their shapes together. Claws, eyes, mouths dissolved into formless, screaming thought. That, too, was sheared away, stripped to nothing by the inexorable grind of the fields. The backlash hit the sorcerer like a thunderbolt. His eyes burst in sprays of black fire. His flesh sloughed, not as neat layers like victims of Gauss, but in great, molten sheets that exposed bone before that, too sublimated. He tried to scream, but his jaw had already become a collapsing ruin of teeth and flame. For an instant, his soul flared naked and furious above the pit. The null lattice reached for that as well. He knew terror then, true and complete, as something ran long metal fingers through his essence and began to pull it apart, clue by clue. His soul screamed as it was measured, catalogued, dissected. Then it was gone, diced into unrecognizable fragments and scattered along dead paths in the warp. The circle of blood boiled. The chamber's walls cracked. Above that dying ritual, the void battle continued to tear itself open. Necron boarding torpedoes punched into chaos hulls like silent promises. They were sleek, blackened cylinders bearing no sigils, no ornament, only function. Point defense fire caught some, reducing them to expanding clouds of shrapnel. Others slipped through, too fast or too many to intercept. One struck a carrier's flank, its nose boring through adamantium, ferrocrete, and bulkhead after bulkhead. The torpedo lodged for a heartbeat, internal charges detonated, and a breach blossomed, its doors irised open like the eye of some monstrous insect. Lychguard and elite Necron warriors stepped directly into corridors full of rushing air and panicked mortals. Their shields locked into a continuous wall, war scythes raised. Bolter fire met them, slamming into their carapaces, striking sparks from layered metal. A mortal sergeant emptied his sidearm at one, shots hammering a single point on its chest. It kept walking. The first Lychguard's scythe fell in an arc that carved the sergeant from shoulder to hip. His torso flopped away, ribs cracking, entrails spraying the corridor wall in a bright fan. Men behind him screamed and tried to run, only to find a wall of Necron bodies advancing into them, cutting them down with methodical precision. Black Legionnaires responded. In another corridor, the clash began with a roar. A squad of Chaos Astartes met a Necron breach team at an intersection where gravity had already failed, the corridor twisting in a lazy roll. They crashed together in a mad ballet of metal and blood, boots and skeletal feet finding purchase on deck and wall alike. A Black Legionnaire drove a chainblade into a warrior's torso, teeth chewing deep before the gas weapon in the Necron's hands fired point blank, unmaking the Marine's arm up to the elbow. He bellowed, head-butted the Necron, denting its skull, and finished the job by stamping its spine until it snapped. Next to him, a Lychguard's shield flicked aside a power axe with contemptuous ease. The return stroke of its war scythe took the Astarte's head clean off. The helmet spun away, trailing a bulb of arterial spray that burst and scattered into droplets, each one a tiny red star in the artificial gravity's failure. In some actions, the initiative fell to the Black Legion. A damaged Necron escort drifted half-crippled on the edge of the battle, its hull scarred where a lucky barrage had chewed into its flank. Its guns were dark, its phase fields flickered. A warband pounced. Their boarding torpedoes were ugly, brutal things, their prows fashioned from the skulls of macro shells and the armor of dead tanks. They punched into the Necron hull and detonated with joyous ferocity, ripping open a breach. Black-armored figures poured through the smoke, bolters barking. They cut down the first warriors that turned toward them, their rounds punching through living metal, still reconfiguring around the original damage. The boarders howled victory, icons clattering against their armor as they pushed deeper. Then they realized the ship did not wish to be known. Corridors shifted around them. Walls flowed, closing off paths, opening others, humming with cold energy. A passage that had led toward what their map spirits had marked as the bridge simply folded inside out, becoming a solid wall of featureless alloy. Another corridor peeled like a shed skin, dropping them into a shaft lined with swirling patterns that hurt their gene-forged minds to look upon. The ships sealed them in. Scarabs came. They poured from vents and ceiling crevices, a chittering tide of metal beetles whose mandibles gleamed. At first, the Astartes laughed and stamped, crushing dozens beneath their boots. Then the scarabs began to work in earnest. They swarmed over greaves and gauntlets, chewing through ceramite. Teeth skittered across armor plates, and where they passed, the black and gold flaked away in curls. They found joins and seals, those vulnerable slivers of softer material, and cut. One Marine screamed as his leg armor separated, his flesh exposed to the vacuum. Scarabs burrowed into the meat, their small bodies vanishing beneath his skin in rippling lumps. He tried to tear them free with his hands. His greaves came away, his fingers slipping on his own blood as it boiled. Scarabs ate through his gloves as easily as they had his armor, stripping fingers to bone, then to nothing. Hours passed, measured in subjective torment. The Necron escort drifted on, its hull reknitting, its internal architecture smoothing out. No screams penetrated its skin. No vox call reached sympathetic ears. Inside, in slowly contracting pockets of space, the warband died in pieces, armor first, then flesh, then bone, leaving only a trace of corrupted gene code in Necron data archives as a record of their passing. Angrazek watched all this as figures and lines. The void battle unfolded in layers across his perception, overlaid atop ground operations and tomb defense. Chaos ships were viral motes in the three-dimensional geometry of orbits and trajectories, their icons leaving trails that showed vector and acceleration. His tomb ships and escorts swept through, those traces, cutting them, cleansing them. In his models, a Chaos cruiser was not a majestic vessel full of screaming souls. It was a movable concentration of mass, energy, and organic infestation. When he focused fire from 3 escort units and a tomb ship on such a concentration, he saw only the percentages of that mass converted to plasma, to slag, to drifting debris. On the other side of the equation, his own losses appeared as adjusted capacity in his firing grids. A destroyed escort's contribution to the lattice of fire was reallocated to neighbors. Repair requirements for damaged tomb ships were queued. Scarab swarms were tasked. Nothing was truly lost unless its removal altered the outcome curves beyond acceptable tolerances. The curves pleased him. Slowly, the balance of icons shifted. Chaos vessels died hard. Some detonated in blooms of warp fire, their demon cores tearing loose and trying to flee before being shredded by the null fields. Others broke apart under concentrated particle fire, their guts spilling across the stars like the entrails of gutted whales. A few turned their own hulls into weapons, ramming Necron ships with suicidal ferocity, forcing the dynasty to accept losses in order to avoid greater complications. The Necron fleet bled as well. Enough lance and macro fire could overwhelm even their regenerative hulls, tearing ships apart faster than they could rebuild. Tomb ship after tomb ship shook under the pounding, their geometries warping, fracturing, then collapsing into incandescent wreckage that spun away, ghostly green flames licking at their edges before the fires died. In the end, the Necrons endured. One by one, Chaos ships were pushed back, driven from key orbits. Those that tried to flee found themselves harried by sickle escorts that cut out their engines or gutted their prows. Those that tried to hold low support positions for ground operations were bracketed and killed with frightening precision. Orbital. Supremacy shifted. Necron guns turned their attention downward. From stable high orbits, angled to minimize stray collateral damage to their own tomb complexes and maximize casualties among the infection, they began a surgical bombardment. Beams lanced through the upper atmosphere, narrowly focused, leaving no wide area devastation, only precise, horrific wounds. Chaos drop fields vanished as the ground beneath them erupted. A ritual pit where sorcerers had been weaving wards became a crater of vitrified glass. The bodies within it fused into a single blackened sculpture. A Titan assembly area blossomed into a brief sun, the god machines within it reduced to skeletal frames standing in molten puddles of their own armor. Camps of mortal troops were erased in heartbeats. Men turned to shadows burned into rock, their weapons lying neatly where they dropped. Demon mustering sites, where warp-born monstrosities had been anchored by chains of sigils and sacrifice, became dead zones, the demons within them screaming as green radiance scoured them into nothingness. On the vengeful spirit, hololiths burned, red icons flickered along orbital tracks, then were replaced by emptiness. Groundside markers winked out, representing the sudden absence of entire regiments, entire warbands. Vox channels filled with static, then with the panicked shouts of commanders watching the sky fall, then with silence. Abaddon stood in the middle of it, motionless. His armor was splashed with blood not his own, drying in dark streaks on black ceramite. The talon flexed and relaxed at his side, claws opening and closing in slow rhythm, as if impatient for another life to crush. His demon sword pulsed at his hip, its bound horror tasting the death in the air, eager. He watched the shifting symbols, the cold representation of a war that was starting to cost more than irritation. This had begun as a raid, a strike to seize a weapon, to hurt the Imperium's ability to move its fleets, to strike at the corpse god's arteries. Now the Necrons had risen like a spear through his hand, as dangerous to hold as to drop. The lords around him were quiet. Even the most arrogant could see the scale of losses. Abaddon's jaw tightened. Vorthex Prime was no longer just another name to be burned and forgotten. It had become a pivot, a point where the long war intersected with another conflict older than any of them. The Necrons could not be cowed. They could not be turned with promises of godhood or indulgence. They held nothing sacred but their own cold designs. He did not speak. He did not need to. The cold rage that rolled from him was its own order. They would bleed for this world. They would bleed the Necrons in turn. They would learn and adapt and kill, or they would die in such numbers that the tally would be carved into the bones of the galaxy. Abaddon stared into the burning light of the tactical hololiths and began to plan not for a simple theft, but for a campaign. Vorthex Prime burned. From orbit, the world no longer resembled the obedient forge and mining sphere charted in Imperial archives. Continents glowed along their coastlines, where hive cities had ruptured and spilled fire into the seas. Megastorms of ash and atomized glass rolled across land masses, turning daylight into a dim, bruised twilight. Whole oceans boiled at their surface, clouds forming from steam that was laced with powdered bone and promethium residue. The air was a soup of poisons and cinders. In that poisoned sky, demon clouds and Necron aircraft hunted. Warp-born shapes crawled through storm fronts, vast silhouettes with too many eyes and mouths, trailing chains of spectral limbs that reached down to rake at the fighting below. Sickle craft cut between them, their movements impossibly smooth, their hulls leaving contrails of broken light. Where Gauss fire intersected with demonic essence, the warp spawn screamed and frayed into nothing, shredded by null frequencies as much as by the physical discharges. On the ground, the dead were becoming a landscape. Billions of corpses formed drifts and dunes against the walls of shattered habs and manufactoria. Armor, flesh and bone were layered together in sodden strata, the weight of those above squeezing the ones below into obscene, pulped sediment. In crater seas left by orbital strikes, bloated bodies floated in slurries of fuel and filth, their limbs brushing one another in grotesque parody of communion. There were places where the wind blew the lighter remnants away, leaving plains of bleached bone dust that whispered underfoot. In others, the corpses never had time to rot. They were burned black, frozen, or atomized where they stood. From a distance, some regions of Vorthex Prime looked as if an entire civilization had been dried and smeared across the surface, like spilled ink. The Black Legion watched this ruin and did not flinch. Their commanders stood on ridges of charred ferrocrete and atop bastion walls pitted by gauss fire, looking out over the seething fronts. They saw Necron obelisks rising here and there like tombstones, their glyphs burning with sick emerald, and they made choices. "Virus!" a commander said on one such ridge, pointing with his chain axe toward a swathe of ground where Necron phalanxes were slowly pushing a line of traitor guard back. "This sector is lost. Deny it to them." His adjutant, a mortal officer whose whole career had been spent obeying monsters, swallowed hard. "Our own regiments still hold the southern ruins, Lord," he ventured. "If we deploy Life Eater there, they will all—" A gauntlet closed on his throat. The Black Legionnaire lifted him with one hand, armor servos whining faintly. The officer's feet kicked at air. His eyes bulged, hands clawing at fingers that were as unyielding as cast iron. "They will all die," the Astartes said. "Exactly. Do as commanded, or die now and join them." He squeezed until the mortal's neck snapped, then let the limp body fall. Another officer stepped forward without hesitation, grabbing the Voxcaster from the dead man's belt. "Life Eater pattern requested," he barked into the grill. "Grid squares from the central bastion to the sump line. Detonation on delivery. All forces withdraw beyond the North Trench. If you cannot, die screaming for the War Master and make your death count." High above, launch bays opened on a Black Legion cruiser. Sleek cylinders slid free, their casings engraved with sigils of death and contagion predating the Imperium itself. Retro burns flared, angling them down toward assigned coordinates. Their descent was swift and almost graceful, the cylinders glowing with atmospheric friction as they punched through the filthy air. They burst above the battlefield, not in fire, but in a silent aerosol cloud. The greenish mist rolled outward across trenches, husks of hab blocks, and the half-buried corpses of tanks. It seeped through armor seals, through cracks in walls, through the pores of gas masks. Men coughed once, twice, then dropped their weapons as their lungs turned to slurry. Skin sloughed away like wet paper. Eyes burst in sprays of bloody pulp. Some dissolved where they stood, skeletons clattering to the ground before their bones too liquefied. Others sagged in slow motion, bodies collapsing inward like rotting fruit. Necron warriors walked through the cloud untouched, their sensor arrays noting the pattern of biological failure and archiving it for reference. Behind the virus zone, the Black Legion unleashed the opposite horror. On another front, where Necron advances threatened to spill into a basin that contained crucial supply depots, the sorcerers bled reality. They stood in circles of chained captives, armored boots ankle-deep in blood, chanting words that made the air shudder. Warp winds rose, turning ash storms into vortices that spun, themselves into sentient, shrieking forms. Rain fell upward for a time, streaming into wounds in the sky where demons crawled through, their eyes lighting with hunger as they saw the metal dead below. The storm did not care who had called it. Demons descended on traitor guard positions as readily as they did Necron gun lines, tearing into riflemen and Astartes, both with equal glee. Flesh and armor were the same to creatures that prized sensation above all. Men who had offered their souls to the dark gods in exchange for survival found themselves devoured as readily as any loyalist. In the eye of the chaos, the Necrons advanced like a tide of iron. Their Gauss weapons ate demons as cleanly as they did mortals, converting screaming warp forms into nothingness. Every demon that died in that killing light shrieked with a peculiar higher note, its essence being gnawed away on a level that made even their jaded consciousnesses know fear. No ground would be held by the enemy. The Black Legion would rather see it scoured to bare metal and null light than allow the Necrons to plant their obelisks. It did not stop the Necrons from trying. Between the major fronts, in stretches of shattered no-man's land where neither side held firm, the Black Legion found other uses for their mortal troops. Across one such plain, under a sky stained the color of old bruises, lines of traitor guardsmen stood in chains. The links ran from man to man, bolted through collars welded to bone. Their uniforms were little more than rags, their boots coated in ash and blood. Some clutched rusted laser guns without power packs, others had been denied even that. Ahead of them, the ground rose gently toward a low ridge, where Necron monoliths crouched like waiting predators. The air shimmered above the plain with heat and residual energy discharge. In some places, half-melted corpses stood locked in their last moments, arms raised, faces frozen into rictus masks where glassy slag had cooled. Behind the chained line, Black Legionnaires waited. "Forward," one of the Astartes said, his voice a thundered decree. He hefted a shock maul in one hand, its head crackling. "The War Master demands your use. Walk and die, or stand and die here. Those who refuse will have their souls split and fed to the engines." The chain lines lurched into motion. Men shuffled out across the plain, boots slipping on patches of glazed ground, shackles rattling. Some prayed under their breath, out of old habit. Others cried or laughed, or simply stared with empty eyes. From the ridge, no Necron fire came. Gauss muzzles remained static, those skull faces watching with reptilian patience. The first man stepped onto a patch of ground that was indistinguishable from any other. Gauss beams answered. They did not come from the ridge. They lanced from concealed emplacements, half buried in the ash, from narrow slits in monolith flanks, from obelisks sunk deep into the ground. The beams swept back and forth in prearranged patterns, the product of cold calculations that had traced optimal kill zones. The front ranks of chained men vanished, flesh peeled from bone in a rolling wave, clothes floating free for an instant before crumbling. Skeletons stood revealed, mouths open as if to scream, then turned to dust. The chain links remained, briefly suspended in mid-air, then fell in loose coils where the men had been. Those behind them walked on, unable to stop without being dragged by the weight of those still advancing. The beams swept again and again, cutting swathes through the forced march. Within heartbeats, the plain was carpeted in disintegrating bodies, drifting ash and piles of chain. The Black Legionnaires on the ridge watched through helm displays as the invisible gas lanes revealed themselves in the pattern of death. "There," one marked, highlighting a path where fewer beams had fallen. "And there, the gaps in their lattice." He turned to his own assault squads, Terminators in armor marked by countless campaigns, power fields crackling along chain-fist teeth and axe blades. "You see it," he growled. "They have shown us where their scythes do not swing. Take those paths, use their precision against them, and tread hard, brothers. The meat beneath your boots has bought you those roads. You will not waste what it paid." They advanced, black giants stepping over the drifting remnants of the expendable, using the exposed troughs between Gauss kill zones like trenches carved by mathematics. In the underhives of Vorthex Prime, there were no such brutal choices. There were only clean decisions made from far above. Necron units moved through the maze of rusted metal and refuse like a cleansing program running through a corrupted data core. Their phalanxes did not charge. They advanced at a steady pace, Gauss flares held across their torsos until their targeting arrays identified a living thing. Then the weapons rose, fired once and lowered. Everywhere they went, they ran sterilization patterns. In one sump sector, a slum that had been home to tens of thousands of hive scum, whole families huddled in collapsed hab shells, trying to hide from the horrors above. They heard the clatter of metal feet in the corridors beyond. Some raised knives and auto-pistols. Others clutched at relics, both imperial and profane. A few tried to flee through vent tunnels, crawling on belly and knees. The Necrons came for them all. Warriors walked through walls when it was more efficient than going around them, their phase technology allowing them to merge with and pass through solid matter. They emerged in the middle of hiding places, gorse muzzles already aligned. They fired. Men, gangers, sick old hive dwellers, mutants, all died in the same quiet way, their bodies stripped away in sheets of emerald light that left no mess, no spilled blood, no organs to rot, where a cryptex protocols called for specimens. Instead of eradication, the process was different. Canoptech constructs slipped ahead, spider things that crawled along ceilings and across walls. They dropped on chosen victims, anesthetic fields rendering them limp and mute before they could cry out. Those bodies were tagged, wrapped in phase fields, and translated away mid-breath, vanishing from the underhive without a trace, to wake again on cold slabs in vivisection chambers. There, in laboratories that had not seen life since the war in heaven, Necron science dissected chaos corruption and human physiology with equal dispassion. Limbs were removed and regrown, organs were exposed and observed, warp taint was probed with null tools. Each experiment ended the same way, with the subject's final shudder as the last useful data was extracted and the body discarded into atomic disassembly pits. Above those efficient abattoirs, war raged on. Varak, or what remained of him after repeated clashes, led his battered Terminators in assaults on Necron command obelisks. These were linchpins in the tomb network, points where pylons intersected and power flows converged. They rose from battlefields like the fingers of buried titans, their surfaces inscribed with glyphs that projected control over entire theaters. Every side wanted them. Around one such obelisk, the ground had become a slurry of remains. Bodies, shell casings, tank treads, broken icons, all had been ground together by heavy boots and tracked vehicles. Promethium fires burned in gutters and craters, their flames a greasy orange that cast monstrous shadows. Above, Necron aircraft and Chaos gunships circled, trading fire. Varak's Terminators waded through it, armor up to the waist in a mixture of blood, viscera, and melted ash. They walked without slowing, the weight of their warplate pressing wounded mortals down into the muck until bones cracked. Men screaming for mercy or aid disappeared under ceramite boots, their mouths filling with the paste of their fallen comrades. The obelisk loomed ahead, its glow a steady, hateful heartbeat. "Forward," Varak voxed, his own voice distorted by damage. His helm's left lens was a shattered hollow, the augmetics in his ruined socket exposed. "We break that spine and take its secrets, or we die here. There is no ground to yield." His chain fist whirred as he tore a Necron warrior's leg from its socket and used the body as a shield against the next volley of Gauss fire. Blades and claws sparked off living metal, then tore into the Astartes behind it. He howled, not in pain, but in something very close to joy. Whatever else the Necrons took from him on this world, they had not yet taken that. Higher above, Angrazek made a different kind of assault. Necron Cryptex, at his command, had brought the planetary anti-warp network to full life. The pylons that had slumbered in the crust of Vorthex Prime for epochs now sang. Each was a conduit, drawing in the thin, stubborn threads of warp presence that managed to leak into this region of space. They twisted those threads into knots and then cut them. bleeding chaos energies into harmless static. The effect rolled across the world in widening bands. Demons still roaming battle zones found their forms unraveling. Claws lost definition. Teeth ceased to exist. They thinned, screaming, as their bodies fell below the minimum reality threshold needed to maintain a coherent presence. The winds that had carried their laughter died. The sores they had opened in the sky scabbed over in jets of emerald lightning. Chaos Psychers suffered worst. Men and Astartes alike, those who had spent lifetimes bending the warp to their will, felt their connection to the sea beyond reality twist and knot. Runes etched into armor and flesh began to smoke. Talismans cracked. The next time they reached outward for power, they found not the expected roaring ocean, but walls of iron and the grinding teeth of enemy fields. For some, the backlash was simply pain, enough to drop them screaming to their knees, blood pouring from eyes and ears. For others, it was instant ruin. Brains swelled in skulls that had no space left to contain them. Eyes bulged, then burst, spraying the inside of helm lenses. Hearts hammered themselves to pulp in rib cages that splintered under the strain. One sorcerer, standing on a balcony overlooking a siege line, imploded, his armor squeezed inward by a pressure that left nothing but a crushed, viscous smear inside the ceramite shell. No new demons could be called. Old ones faded. The warp was not banished, but it had been throttled, its influence reduced to a whisper, where once it had been a roar. The Black Legion sought answers. In a forge bay in the belly of a warship, a captured Necron warrior lay chained. It had taken an entire squad and a field of chain traps to drag it down. Even in apparent death, its body had twitched, systems trying to reknit severed conduits and phase it away. The warpsmith had driven barbed stakes of demon-forged metal through its limbs and spine, pinning it to a slab inscribed with warding runes. The chamber around it was a symphony of industry. Hanging chains, blazing forges, racks of half-built demon engines shuddering in their pens. The air reeked of promethium, blood and ozone. Servo arms swung through the haze, clamping new tools into sockets on the warpsmith's harness. He loomed over the Necron, eyes burning in the depths of his helm. "We have flayed slaves and titans alike," he said, more to himself than to any listening audience. "We have bound demons into guns and armor. We have broken the backs of loyalist engines and turned them on their masters. Let us see what song your flesh sings when we put a demon inside it." He gestured. Cultist assistants, half mad from years of serving in this hell, dragged a struggling psyker to the slab. The man's eyes were sewn shut, blood crusting where the maw thread bit into tender flesh. His mouth moved in constant broken prayer. The warpsmith pinned the psyker's hands to the Necron's chest with hooked spikes. He began the invocation, voice rising in a grinding chant that mixed Binharic dark tongue and scraps of lost Mechanicus liturgy. Demon names rolled off his tongue, each one a hook cast into the warp. The lights flickered. The air grew hotter. The psyker screamed, back arching, as something clawed at his soul from above. The Necron's eyes lit. It did not flare, as it did when the warriors awoke in their tombs. It was a flicker first, a ghost light deep behind the lenses, almost missed amid the witchfire rolling around the forge. Then it steadied, cold and hateful.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Before any present could react, the pinned warrior moved. The stakes holding its limbs squealed as its body altered itself at a molecular level, metal flowing around the impalements, freeing tendons of living alloy. Its right arm snapped upward, fingers, reshaping into a blade. It cut the psyker's throat in a single, precise motion, severing flesh, spine, and the fragile web of psychic potential in one line. The demon that had been answering the warpsmith's call hit a wall of null energy as it tried to force itself through the dying man. It recoiled, screeching. The link that had been forged between the forge bay and the warp did not simply collapse. it was severed. Feedback rolled back along it like a breaking wave. The warpsmith staggered as every nerve in his body lit with lightning. His mechadendrites flailed wildly, cutting through control panels and assistants alike. Blood sprayed, oil ignited, sparks turned incipient fires into full blazes. The Necron rose from the slab. Chains groaned, then snapped as it shrugged them off. The demon-forged spikes that had pinned it clattered to the deck. It moved without haste, its movements those of a creature utterly confident in its own superiority. It killed everyone present in seconds. Gauss energy built in its weapon, even with half its systems disabled from earlier damage. It swung the flare in tight arcs, the beams slicing through armor, flesh and machinery alike. Cultists fell in pieces, their blood turning to steam before it hit the floor. Astartes technicians died mid-curse, the words cut from their tongues as their lower jaws vanished. The warpsmith tried to bring a power axe to bear. The Necron's beam took his right arm at the elbow. The limb spun away, trailing cables and spattering fluids, still clutching the weapon. The second shot carved through his chest, opening him like a furnace door. For an instant, his innards were a mass of glowing metal and charred meat. Then they were ash raining down on the gutted remains of his frame. Once the forge bay was silent, the Necron paused. A shimmer ran along its damaged limbs as it initiated self-repair, drawing on whatever energy it could scavenge from the ruined chamber. Sparks played over its carapace, scars smoothed, torn conduits sealed. Then, as calmly as if it was stepping through a doorway in its own tomb, it phased out. It left behind only ruins, dead flesh, and the faint taste of null energy. In the sepulchre, Angrazek received the report from returning subroutines and adjusted his models. Chaos had tried to taint his constructs with the warp. The attempt had failed. It was noted, categorized, and slotted into the growing section of his archives that dealt with enemy tactics on Vorthex Prime. It was far from the only update. He had ordered mass extermination protocols in sectors designated as heavily infested by chaos, where the fighting had devolved into endless stalemates against mortals who had nowhere to retreat to, where the cost in Necron resources was rising past acceptable bounds. He employed other tools. Scythe beams. These were weapons built into the planet's very bones, reservoirs of starfire and phase energy harnessed in the ancient days when the Necrons had raised star empires and drunk their ashes. When activated, they did not simply blast, they swept. From orbit and from hidden emplacements in the crust, they sent out sheets of emerald light that skimmed the surface of the world like the edge of a razor. Anything taller than a given height, anything that emitted the faint biosignature of life or the telltale warp stink of chaos was cut. Entire battlefields vanished. One moment, tens of millions of men, demons and engines struggled across a plain of wreckage and filth. The next, a wall of light passed over them, so fast and so bright that for an instant all shadows vanished. Where it had gone, there remained only a smooth expanse of glassy material, faintly green, reflecting the poisoned sky. Weapons, bones, banners, tanks, titans, all had been reduced to a uniform layer of fused, dead matter. From space, those regions shone like scars. Abaddon watched them appearing. He saw the patterns. On the hololiths before him, Necron firing maps updated as quickly as Black Legion stratagems could be transmitted. Every time his commanders found a new way to mass fire on a tomb node, to push mortals and machines along a vector that threatened a pylon cluster, the Necrons responded, not with blunt repetition, but with new angles of attack, new kill zones, new combinations of tomb gate deployment and orbital fire. They were learning. Each engagement is worse than the last, one of his lords muttered, helm lenses fixed on the shifting projections. We break through once and die twice trying to repeat it. They are adjusting to us, to our ways of war. Abaddon did not reply. He traced a scarred finger through the air, following the ghost lines that represented his force's movements over the past days. He saw how the Necrons had begun to predict preferred approaches, preempting them with monolith deployments and Gauss ambush points. The Black Legion's repertoire of tactics was vast, forged in 10,000 years of war against every enemy the galaxy could offer. Yet here, even that seemed finite when set against machines that could model and counter every pattern with tireless precision. The value of Vorthex Prime as a prize shrank with each hour. Its manufactoria was shattered. Its mines were choking on rubble and dead flesh. Its hives were broken open like overripe fruit. Whatever xenotech lay beneath the crust was still tempting beyond measure, but the cost of reaching it climbed with every new curve on Angrazek's hololithic graphs. On the surface, the stalemate stank. Wherever Necrons advanced, they left behind sterile plains, dead zones where nothing lived and nothing could be called from the warp. Where chaos still held, the land was a festering sore of demonic residue and corpse mountains. Between those extremes lay battlefields that had been fought over so many times that the ground itself had become a paste of alloy fragments and human remains. Yet, neither side could claim victory. The Necrons had superiority in the void and an ever-expanding lattice of tomb complexes. The Black Legion still held gateheads, strongholds, and corrupted bastions that refused to fall, no matter how much Gauss fire washed over them. Every obelisk they toppled, every warrior they ground into slag, bought time and blood. Abaddon refused to retreat. He stood in the command cathedral, surrounded by the light of dying worlds, and saw in Vorthex Prime not just a battlefield, but a statement. If he turned away now, if he let the Necrons rise unchallenged from beneath this dead planet, they would carry that momentum elsewhere, to imperial worlds, to places where his own plans coiled. He would not gift his enemies that advantage. "Signal the ground lords," he said, voice low but carrying. "We hold what we have. We push where we can. We bleed and we make them bleed with us. Vorthex Prime will be ash and iron when we are done, but its lessons will be carved into our armor." Beneath him, the world turned slowly. A planet of 1 billion corpses, not dead yet, but dying by degrees, each breath a mixture of ash and hate. The name came first as a curse, spat over broken vox by men who had watched him at work from behind the barrels of their guns. The Butcher of Vorthex. It passed from the lips of traitor sergeants to mortal auxiliaries, from dying Astra Militarum officers to Necron data archives translating intercepted human chatter. It clung to one champion of the Black Legion, a warrior whose armor had long ago ceased to remember its original color, beneath the layers of dried blood and scorched ash. He did not remember what he had been called when he had knelt before Horus as a lunar wolf, nor the name his gene-sire had given him on the red dust of Chthoniya. Names were for the living. He had outlived too many of them. Now he answered to the title the world had given him through its screams. The Butcher led another assault. The ruins ahead were once a manufactorum district, on the edge of High Vorthar, now a forest of broken gantries and half-melted support towers. Necron obelisks jutted from the rubble like knives, their glyphs burning steadily, even through the drifting smoke. Gauss fire crackled in the distance, a constant electrical rasp. Behind him came his Terminators, the last of a once proud company reduced now to a handful of giants in battle-scarred plate. Their armor was a patchwork of repairs, plates from different wars welded over old scars, heraldry burned away and replaced with the 8-pointed star. Their footfalls shook the ruptured ferrocrete beneath the carpet of corpses. Mortals followed in their wake. Traitor guardsmen, cultists, and auxiliary scum trudged forward under the weight of heavy weapons and crates of ammunition. Some had shackles still welded to their ankles, relics of earlier punishments. They moved because the Butcher's shadow fell over them, and they had seen what happened to men who did not. "Forward," he voxed, voice a ruined growl. Half his throat was augmetic now, the work of claw wounds and crude surgery. The machines hold the tower at the center. We crack it, we hurt their lattice. Die somewhere useful. They moved into the killing ground. Gauss beams snapped from Necron positions, slicing men apart. The butcher did not slow. A beam cut a line across his pauldron, peeling layers of ceramite away in glowing curls. Warning runes flared across his helm's display. He ignored them, stepping past a mortal whose chest had vanished, the man's heart and lungs hanging in mid-air for an instant before vaporizing. A rocket explosion knocked one of his terminators from his feet, sending him crashing into a tangle of broken support struts. Gauss fire found him there, stripping away his armor in sheets. Beneath the tearing ceramite, his flesh was revealed in bloody strips, muscles flensing away to show the pale gleam of bone. The butcher grabbed him, not to save him. He hauled the wounded Astartes upright by the back harness, swung him bodily into the line of incoming beams. Gauss strikes chewed through his brother's torso, but the mass of the dying warrior absorbed the worst of the barrage for a heartbeat. The butcher moved through that heartbeat. He pushed off the makeshift shield, boots slamming into the ground, and hurtled forward into the gap. Behind him, a mortal hesitated. The traitor trooper had dropped his laser gun, hands trembling as he stared at the flayed ruin of the Terminator used as a bulwark. There was a moment, no more than a breath, where he almost turned to run. The butcher's combi bolter barked once. The back of the mortal's head exploded in a burst of bone shards and pink mist. His body stumbled forward a few paces, legs driven by dying reflex, then went down. The champion did not even look at him. "You hesitate. You die for nothing," he voxed to the remaining mortals. "Walk into the fire, and you might die for something." They pressed on, driven less by hope than by the knowledge that his bolt would find them if they faltered. The assault took the outer ruins, then stalled at the base of the Necron tower. The obelisk that anchored this tomb node stabbed into the sky, its sides crawling with changing glyphs. Warriors lined its base, immortals stood behind them, and Lychguard waited in silent ranks further in, their shields raised. The butcher withdrew, with what remained of his force, armor scored, blood of 100 species dried on his plate. He returned to the flagship and demanded teleport coordinates. He would not take the tower from outside. He would kill it from within. They stood in the teleportarium, the butcher and his chosen. His terminators loomed around him, their armor humming as the ancient devices charged. The air smelt of ozone and burned incense. Field coils thrummed, building the energies that would tear them from the flagship and throw them into the heart of alien metal. "Target is the command bastion beneath the obelisk," the tech thrall intoned from his dais, voice flat as he read the data scrolling across his augmetics. "Phase interference high. Translation will be imprecise. You may arrive separated or fused with the structure." The butcher laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "If I die fused into their guts, at least I will haunt them," he said. "Begin." Light swallowed them. For an instant, there was no up, no down, no direction. His stomach lurched as reality lost meaning, then slammed back into place like a guillotine. He arrived in a corridor of living metal. The walls around him breathed, not in a literal sense. There was no intake of air, no sigh of lungs. But the panels shifted, flexed in subtle ripples, lines of emerald data running through them like pulses of bioluminescent blood. The floor under his boots reshaped itself slightly with each step, smoothing for his weight, then returning to its previous configuration. Alarms in a language older than humanity blared through the structure, not as sound, but as flickers of light and pulsing glyphs in the walls. Lychguard awaited them. They stepped from alcoves ahead, shields locking, war scythes held across them in a continuous line of killing blades. Their eyes burned cold, steady green. In the confined corridor, their formation turned the space into a tunnel filled from side to side with harm. The butcher did not hesitate. "Forward," he voxed. Crush them. He surged into the line, chain fist roaring as it met the first shield. Phase-hardened alloy screamed against living metal. For a heartbeat, neither yielded. Then the chain fist's teeth bit, tearing into the shield's edge, shredding it into sparks and fragments. He shoved, forced the Lich Guard's guard aside, and brought his combi bolter up under the gap. The shot took the Necron in the throat, blowing out the back of its neck. In a plume of shattered alloy, the Lich Guard fell, and the Terminators behind the Butcher filled the gap with bolter fire and crackling axe strokes. Gauss strikes flashed through the corridor. One hit a Terminator square in the helm, turning the front of his faceplate into a melted crater. Another carved a diagonal across the Butcher's chest plate, gouging a glowing groove that exposed the underlayers. Pain blossomed where the beam licked past his ribs, skin and muscle reduced to streaming vapor beneath the plate. He lunged anyway, pulling a wounded mortal from behind him and hurling the squirming body into the path of the next salvo. The man's scream cut off as his flesh peeled away. For an instant, a skeleton writhed in front of the Butcher, fingers still clutching at empty air, then collapsed into dust. Gauss washed over the champion's armor, the last weakened wave of it, and left scorched streaks. One of his Terminators hesitated, pulling a wounded brother back, instead of pushing him forward. For a moment, compassion flashed in the way he shifted his grip, trying to drag the injured warrior out of the line of fire. The Butcher saw it. His chain fist did not slow as it finished tearing through a Lich Guard's torso. He pivoted, reversed the grip, and smashed the heavy claw into the hesitating Terminator's face. Ceramite and bone crushed in unison. The warrior folded into the floor in a spray of blood and fractured teeth. "Do not waste the dying," the Butcher snarled. "If they can stand, they advance. If they cannot, they are shields." They fought their way deeper. The corridors narrowed, then widened, then shifted direction as the structure tried to confuse them, change itself around them. At times, the walls squeezed inward, forcing them into single file. At others, side passages opened onto galleries filled with warriors, firing down into the central shaft. Lich Guard came in waves, their shield walls breaking and reforming with inhuman discipline. Each time the Butcher smashed one line aside, another took its place, stepping over the fallen without pause. He lost track of time in the fighting. He remembered only blows, the grind of his chain fist chewing through armor and bone, the thud of Gauss strikes against his plate, the glimpses of his own blood spattering across alien metal to be absorbed and dissolved by self-healing surfaces. The Necron Overlord watched. From a vantage deep within the bastion, Angrazek analyzed the intruders as they hacked their way toward his command cores. Data ran through him, threads showing their path, their casualty infliction rate, their use of wounded as disposable barriers. He noted their champion, the one around whom the chaos patterns swirled most aggressively, and assigned a designation. Priority target. He dispatched an answer. The Destroyer Lord descended. It moved along phase tunnels that bypassed the usual corridors, its thrusters whining in a frequency that only Canoptech constructs could hear. Its body was a cruel fusion of killing technology and the remnants of a once humanoid frame. Its lower half was a nest of propulsion units and stabilizing vanes, allowing it to hover and strafe with sickening agility. Its arms were elongated scythe limbs, each one a weapon tuned to slice through Astartes' armor and the flesh beneath as if neither were there. It had been obsessively tweaked by Cryptex for this single purpose. It wanted Astartes' cuts in its data. They met in a junction where 4 corridors met. The Butcher broke through a last Lich Guard line, chain fist ripping the head and half the torso from the final Guardian. He stepped into the crossway, armor smoking, gore dripping from his gauntlets. The Destroyer Lord dropped from above. It descended from the ceiling like a stroke of judgment, its scythe limbs trailing faint green contrails. Its first blow came down in a vertical arc that would have split a lesser warrior from crown to groin. The butcher twisted, the blade skimming across his pauldron and carving off a slab of armor the size of a mortal's torso. It crashed to the ground, glowing. He returned the favor. His chain fist met one of the Necron's limbs in a shower of sparks. Teeth bit into phase-forged alloy, throwing scream-pitched feedback through his gauntlet. The destroyer's limb jerked back, a ragged gouge torn from its edge. They circled each other, weapons snapping out in probing strikes, each impact setting up shockwaves through armor and bone. Around them, the battle raged. Terminators locked with warriors, gas and bolter fire filling the junction with overlapping fields of death. One of the butcher's squadmates tried to close with the destroyer's flank, only to be met with a backhand slash that took his legs out from under him. He fell, torso dragging itself forward on one arm, snarling. The destroyer turned slightly, and with a precise twist of its other blade, removed the Astarte's head without another glance. The butcher laughed, blood in his teeth. "You like to cut?" he roared, swinging again. "So do I." They did not finish one another that day. A collapse in the bastion's architecture, triggered by distant damage, tore the floor from beneath them. The destroyer jetted away down one corridor. The butcher rolled clear into another, hauled there by one of his last surviving Terminators. A mass of living metal crashed down between them, sealing the intersection. Their duel was postponed, not ended. Later, on the surface, the butcher almost died in a different way. The raid had gone wrong from the beginning. Necron resistance around the target obelisk had been heavier than augurs projected. Gauss fire had chewed his mortal support to shreds before they had cleared the first trench line. His Terminators had been forced into brutal hand-to-hand fighting against Lychguard again and again, their numbers dwindling until he fought with barely half a squad. They pushed too far into underhive access shafts beneath the obelisk, seeking an alternate route to the tomb entrances. That was where the flayed ones found them. They came from the walls themselves, phasing through metal and rock. They were wrong even by Necron standards. Their limbs were too long, their spines twisted, their metal hides stretched by layers of old skin and fresh meat draped across them in obscene cloaks. Masks of human faces hung from hooks, eyeless sockets staring, mouths frozen in perpetual screams. The first one dropped from the ceiling onto a traitor guardsman, its claws punching through his shoulders. It tore him in half, then began to peel his skin away in long, careful strips, while he still writhed, guts spilling around its feet. More burst from the floor and walls, surrounding the butcher and his men. He killed the first, his chain fist punching into its chest and tearing away half its torso. Metal ribs snapped. Strings of tendon-like cabling snapped. It did not scream. It simply thrashed. Claws still trying to cut him even as its body came apart. Another came from behind, its claws hooking under the rim of his gorget. It pulled. Younger Astartes would have screamed. The butcher's vox picked up only a drawn-out snarl as skin tore from his neck in ragged sheets. Flesh parted from muscle, then muscle from the layer beneath, nerves ripping loose like live wires. His helmet's interior filled with the smell of his own blood boiling under hot armor. His vision blurred, mingling pain-induced artifacts with the emerald glow of Necron optics. He smashed an elbow back, feeling bones snap under the impact. The flayed one staggered, claws ripping away chunks of skin as they tore free. Its arms came away with them, hooked in strips of his flesh. Those strips stretched, then snapped, splattering the walls with red. He waded through them, half-flayed, armor suturing itself to raw meat and exposed tendons. By the time he and his surviving Terminators fought free, much of his skin from the jaw down was simply gone, leaving his muscles and parts of his chest exposed to the air. Thin sheets of self-sealing medigel tried desperately to grow over the worst of it, but there was too much damage. Every movement sent new waves of agony through him. He did not slow. The hatred he felt for the Necrons hardened into something beyond the professional contempt of a warrior for an enemy. It became personal. He swore to bury their tombs in their own metal corpses. The Necrons had their own expressions of cruelty. In a vivisection chamber deep beneath the tomb world's crust, captured Chaos Marines hung in stasis fields. They were suspended above cold metal floors in invisible bonds, limbs stretched, heads tilted back. Their armor had been peeled away with exquisite care, plate by plate, until only the bare minimum clung to their torsos to keep their bodies functioning. Their flesh was a map of old scars, fresh wounds, and the brand marks of gods. Cryptex moved between them like priests at altar rows. They wielded instruments that were somewhere between scalpel and gaussimeter, beams that could cut a single nerve fiber or slice off a limb at the joint. They spoke in static-laced monotones, trading data as they worked. Null fields crackled, suppressing any attempt at psychic struggle. One Chaos Marine, still defiant even as his limbs were removed and regrown over and over, felt every slice. They disassembled him along predetermined planes, separating organs, detaching muscle groups, exposing the black carapace and the wet interface between gene-forged enhancements and mortal flesh. Sometimes they reassembled him incorrectly on purpose. His arm bones reversed, his heart swapped, his eyes replaced with sensor nodes that showed only data streams. They watched how his physiology responded, measured the interaction between warp-tainted biology and their null-saturated environment. They turned his agony into graphs and conclusions. Between cycles, they let him hang, stasis fields holding him on the brink of death, but not letting him fall. He begged for release in 4 languages. No one listened. The Butcher listened when he finally found the chamber. The assault that brought him there was not clean. He carved his way through 3 relay corridors, leaving piles of hacked-apart warriors and immortals behind him. His Terminators were whittled to a handful. They came into the vivisection chamber already dripping with oil and blood. He saw the rows of suspended Marines and stopped. For a heartbeat, something like silence fell in his mind. Then it shattered. He roared and charged, chain fist chewing through the nearest cryptech. The Necron's elongated body came apart in a shower of crystalline circuitry and liquid light. Its staff clattered to the floor. Another tried to raise a defensive field. His combi bolter took its head off in a burst that sprayed glowing shards into the air. His Terminators followed, smashing cryptex to pieces with power fists and humming axe blades. Necron constructs died differently to mortals, their bodies coming apart in explosions of sparks and disintegrating fragments, but they died. One of the hanging Chaos Marines looked down at him with eyes that had been replaced by lenses, their pupils reduced to pinpoints. "Kill me," he croaked, voice barely human. "For the God's sake, kill me. They took me apart so many times. I have felt my own guts in my hands. I have watched them lay my hearts on tables and mark how long they beat without blood." The Butcher's chain fist whirred. Mercy was not a word he respected, but he understood the shape of it. "Mercy is only killing with better aim," he said. He reached up and drove the fist into the Marine's chest, punching through ribcage and spine. The stasis field tried to resist, then collapsed, sparking. The body slumped, held for a moment by the chain fist stuck in it, then slid free as he pulled back. He moved down the line, ending lives one by one. On another front, far from that chamber, the Destroyer Lord wrote its own legend. It descended on mortal battalions like an autopsy blade. Traitor Guard regiments trying to hold a trench line against advancing warriors saw it fall from the sky in a comet of green light. It hit the ground hard enough to crack ferrocrete, then rose, scythe limbs humming. It did not simply hack, it dissected. Each swipe took a man apart in a different way, cutting armor, flesh, and bone along chosen lines. One was bisected at the waist, the next across the shoulders, the third along a diagonal that severed one arm and the opposite leg. It seemed, to whatever logic remained inside that metal skull, that experimenting with different anatomies had value. It harvested, When it found a particularly interesting organ pattern or mutation, it cut with extra care, leaving the rest of the body in pieces while it lifted out the desired piece in its claws. Hearts still twitching, lungs collapsing, livers sliding from ruptured cavities. It placed these delicately on the ground behind it, where scarabs and canoptech drones scooped them up for analysis. The battalion died in rows. From above, viewed by Necron observation constructs, the trench line simply ceased to register meaningful biosign. Chaos communications marked it as lost, another grey smear on their shrinking network. The stalemate would have continued, a grinding exchange of horror, had the warp not found a brief avenue to answer. In the shadow of a shattered bastion, a Black Legion sorcerer knelt on a field of glass and ash. He was dying. His armor was split, ribs showing through gaps where Gauss beams had chewed away ceramite and meat. Blood leaked from his ears and nose, steaming in the cold air of Vorthex Prime. His psychic senses felt flayed, nerve endings seared by constant contact with Necron, null fields. Yet in that ruined state, some part of him still listened. He heard a faint answer from the warp, a whisper that had not yet been entirely silenced by pylons and tomb song. He dug his fingers into the fused ground and began to scratch. He drew sigils with his own blood, tracing patterns that had once been taught in the shadow of the eye. Each line shook, wavering as his strength failed, but he pressed on. His voice was a raw gasp as he forced syllables past shredded lungs. Not asking for a host, he growled to the uncaring air. Not calling. A prince. Just a sickness. Just a fault. Just a wound. Take my soul if you must. Just break their song. Once. The warp listened. The Necron node he knelt near pulsed with energy. A relay obelisk whose glyphs scrolled in perfect sequences. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then one glyph misfired. A single symbol in the endless code flickered, its lines warping as the sorcerer's blood pattern linked to it. The corruption was tiny, a misaligned frequency, a slight bend in a data stream. It jumped like a virus, following pathways through the node's logic. For the first time since its activation, the network experienced something like a glitch. Subroutines stuttered. Power flowed in loops it was not meant to take, starving some systems, overloading others. For a few precious moments, Gauss emplacements went silent, tomb gates flickered, and the pylon lattice in this region dimmed. The sorcerer laughed as his heart finally burst. His body crumpled to the ground, eyes burning with a last flare of warp fire before emptying out. The butcher felt the change as he led another assault. The Necron fire that had always been perfectly timed faltered. Beams missed by slivers, hitting rubble instead of hearts. A monolith's portal flickered when it should have disgorged reinforcements. For the first time, he saw Necron constructs pause, their movements jerking ever so slightly as their internal logic recomputed. He did not waste the gift. He hurled his Terminators forward, driving them into a tomb hall that had previously been a killing box. They smashed through weakened shield fields, tore apart constructs whose aim had been fractionally disrupted. They reached a control nexus that might otherwise have been impassable and wrecked it, chain fists and melter charges tearing its core apart. The collapse rolled through the local network. Sections of the tomb complex slumped, their power rerouted too late. Corridors crumbled, obelisks dimmed. The Necrons adjusted, of course. Their reaction was swift, brutally competent. But the damage had been done. A portion of their lattice lay in ruins, and the Black Legion had a true structural victory to cling to amid a sea of losses. At its center, as ever, stood the Butcher. He found the Destroyer Lord again in the aftermath. The hall they met in had already suffered from the node's collapse. Portions of its roof had fallen in, leaving jagged gaps where rubble hung, held in place by residual phase fields. The floor was cracked, plates of living metal buckled by explosive charges. Necron and Chaos dead lay in heaps, some still twitching, some hacked into scrap and pulp. They came upon one another around a shattered pillar. The destroyer hovered above a pile of broken Astartes, their bodies arranged not with any reverence, but in a pattern that suggested it had been studying something about the way their armor had split. Its scythe limbs were slick with black and red, fluids drying in streaks. The butcher walked over a mound of Necron scraps, chain fist whirring, his exposed muscles glistening where Medigel had failed to grow fast enough. The flayed one's work still marked him, raw lines of scar tissue running beneath his armor where fresh meat had been torn away. They saw each other in the same instant. There were no words. They closed. The destroyer swept in on its thrusters, scythes a blur. The butcher ducked the first stroke, feeling it cut a line across the top of his helm. Sparks burst before his eye. The second stroke he caught on his gauntlet, claws skidding, leaving furrows in the ceramite. He lunged, chain fist punching for the Necron's central mass. The blade met him halfway. It drove into his flank, biting through plate and into the meat beneath. His ribs broke, splintering around the blade's edge. For a moment, he saw his own flesh in cross-section in his helm's fractured display, layers of muscle sheared, organs teased apart by the energy field. He rammed the chain fist home anyway. Teeth chewed into the destroyer's torso, ripping chunks of living metal free. Emerald light sprayed from the wound, a parody of blood. Internal conduits snapped, flaring. The destroyer shuddered, its movements jarred, one scythe limb dropping a few degrees as power bled from its systems. They tore into each other like that, each strike taking more than the last. By the end, the butcher was half hanging from his own armor, systems failing, one leg dragging. The destroyer's frame was twisted, one of its limbs reduced to a jagged stump, its flight systems flickering erratically. Neither died. A structural collapse, triggered by the continuing glitch in the node and compounded by the violence of their clash, tore the hall apart. Ceiling beams gave way. Phase fields failed. Portions of the floor simply vanished as translation links buckled. A fissure yawned between them, widening into a gulf that swallowed half the hall. Rubble fell, burying lesser warriors beneath tons of alien metal. The butcher staggered back, hauled away by the last of his terminators. The destroyer jetted upward, vanishing into a side tunnel before the collapse could drag it down. They escaped, both bleeding, both damaged beyond simple repair. Their vendetta remained, a wound in the war that refused to close, pulsing at the heart of Vorthex Prime's agony. Angradzek watched the war bleed. Hollow constructs unfolded around him, layers of shifting geometry representing Vorthex Prime's crust, atmosphere and orbit. Emerald lines traced tomb complexes, firing grids, pylon lattices. Crimson spreads showed chaos incursions, growing and shrinking with each clash. Casualty projections updated in real time as his legions advanced and died and rose again. The equations were no longer elegant, too much mass consumed for too little gain. Too much tomb infrastructure diverted to defending sectors that had lost most of their strategic value. Black Legion spearheads kept forcing breaches, not because they were clever, but because they were relentless and mad. Every time he sealed one hole, another tore open under the pounding of titans, demon engines and sacrificial mortals. He could grind them down. Given time, given energy, a tomb world could outlast anything that bled and rotted. Time and energy were not limitless. Beneath the main displays, deeper strata of the projection lit in slow pulses. There, buried in the iconography of the planet's interior, lay a symbol rarely invoked. A device sketched in angular lines, its power budget marked in bands of dark, deadly color. An option, the Obliterator Shard engine. It had been forged when the stars were young, when the Necrontyre still walked in frail flesh, and the Citans strode like gods. It was not a weapon in the crude sense of a cannon or blade. It was a decision embedded in machinery, a choice to erase rather than to rule. It did not merely kill, it unmade. It slept at the core of Vorthex Prime, caged in nested shells of null crystal and living metal, its heart a bound fragment of a star god that had once devoured suns. Directives tangled around it, restriction codes written by dynastic conclaves that had feared its indiscriminate efficiency. To use it was to accept that adding a world's worth of death to the ledger was preferable to allowing an infection to spread. Angrazek measured the Black Legion against that threshold. Then he broke the lock. Command strings cascaded from his mind, feeding into cryptech relays. Seals that had not moved since the war in heaven flickered and died. New chains of logic linked the buried engine to the tomb world's existing pylon lattice, to its geomantic anchors and phase conduits. The cryptechs reacted with the closest thing their hollowed souls knew to excitement. They convened in their shimmer chambers, speaking in bursts of static and light. Calculations sprawled through the air between them, three-dimensional matrices showing stress lines through Vorthex Prime's mantle, fault junctions, magma reservoirs. They reconfigured the planet's geomantic lattice, with the delicacy of surgeons cutting around vital organs. Canoptech constructs went to work. Scarabs flowed through guts of rock, far beneath any tunnel humans had dug, carrying seed devices to points chosen by cryptech models. Spiders and wraiths crawled along buried pylon shafts, realigning crystal nodes, retuning field generators a hair width at a time. The entire world became a circuit. On the surface, the first sign was a tremor. It started as a shiver under the feet of men already numbed by artillery and orbital strikes. A few glanced down as cracks ran through the ferrocrete beneath their boots, as dust fell from the shattered ceilings of half-toppled hab towers. Then the earth began to heave. Localized earthquakes tore through front lines. Trenches collapsed, swallowing guardsmen and cultists alike, burying them alive under avalanches of dirt and slag. Necron warriors marched unperturbed as the ground bucked, their mass and phase-stabilized limbs riding out the motion like statues on a storm-tossed deck. Volcanoes that had slept since before the first human on Vorthex Prime screamed into life. Ash and magma vomited from new vents along mountain chains, washing over battles already in progress. Traitor. Tanks melted where rivers of glowing rock rolled over them, their hulls sloughing like wax under a hot knife. Necron constructs walked through the flows, their metal shells glowing red, then cooling, slag flaking away in plates as their living alloy reasserted its form. Geomagnetic storms roared across the planet. Auroras bled across the sky in colors no mortal eye could name, riding lines of force that twisted compasses and fried cogitator banks. Vox signals crackled with static, then cut out entirely in some sectors. Demon clouds frayed at the edges where null currents rolled, howling as chunks of their substance were stripped away. To Chaos commanders on the ground, it looked like a world dying. On one blasted plain where the Black Legion had fought the Necrons to a rare standstill, a warband captain stood on the hull of a wrecked predator and watched a mountain in the distance tear itself apart. "Planet's breaking," his adjutant voxed from the trench below. "We have fracking everywhere, Lord. Half our forward lines have fallen into fissures. The sky is wrong." The captain laughed, a barking sound full of battle-scarred contempt. "Then we break it faster," he said. "Pour everything forward. If the rock is going to tear itself apart, we will be the ones who carve the last pieces off." He transmitted similar sentiments up the chain, and they spread. It was easier for mortals to believe in random collapse, in the luck of tectonic plates and planetary exhaustion, than in the idea of an enemy reconfiguring an entire world as a weapon. Black Legion commanders were not so naive, but they saw opportunity. If Vorthex Prime was dying, then there was no need for caution, no reason to preserve infrastructure, only reason to kill, to take what they could and spite the Necrons with every step. Abaddon's patience frayed. In the command cathedral of his flagship, he watched whole theaters go dark under geomantic disruption. He saw titans fall into crevasses, their towering forms cracking like toys. He saw turret farms swallowed by collapsing crust. He snarled as reports came in of tomb nodes that should have been stable suddenly shifting, their entrances spewing new constructs as if the world itself were vomiting. He turned from the hololiths to his assembled lords, his cloak dragging trails of dried blood across the floor. "They are trying to bury us with their own planet," he said. "They think to drown us in stone and fire." The warpsmith's mechadendrites writhed like serpents. "Then we drain them first," he said. "Drive everything into their core lattice. If this world tears itself apart around us, let us at least be chewing on its heart when it happens." The sorcerer beside him, pale and hollow-eyed from fighting the null fields, nodded slowly. "There is a calm at the center of storms like this," he rasped. "A node, a focal point. The way their pylons sing now, there must be one. Beneath that desert, they have fortified with monoliths and obelisks. That is where their song is loudest, even if I hear it only as absence. Break that, and this tremor may become their undoing instead of ours." The War Master weighed their words. He knew he was being baited, in a fashion. The Necron had concentrated their defenses in that region for a reason. They wanted him to commit, to bring his might to bear where they could measure it best. Yet the strategic calculus was simple. There was no victory to be had by waiting and bleeding. He would choose where to die, if die they must. "Everything," Abaddon said, the single word a sentence. "Titans, demon engines, every mortal regiment that can still walk, every Astartes brother not holding a critical gate. We hammer that node until it breaks, or we do. The long war has no place for cowards." He called for the butcher. The champion arrived, still wrapped in bandages of auto-stitched medigel, strips of synthetic flesh, crisscrossing the raw scars left by flayed ones. Parts of his jaw had been replaced with augmetic metal, giving his face a permanent half-snarl. His armor stank of ancient blood and fresh antiseptic. "You will lead the spear," Abaddon said. "You have carved deep into their guts. Do it again. I want the center of this world buried in their corpses." The butcher's remaining eye burned. "I will leave my mark on their god machine, War Master," he said. "If it kills me, I will die grinning in its teeth." The assault that followed was not a battle, it was a piling on of nightmares. The target region had once been a desert, a vast plain of ash and cracked bedrock. Now it was a churned graveyard of broken monoliths, crater seas, and half-buried tomb structures. Necron obelisks jutted from the ground in dense clusters, their crystals burning with emerald fury. The central focusing spire that the cryptex had raised thrust up from the very heart of the plain, a spear of black metal humming with energies drawn from the core. Around it, chaos came. The horizon was a crawling wall of movement as traitor guard regiments marched, tanks grinding forward flank to flank. Behind them strode titans, their feet crushing trenches and bodies alike, their carapace weapons tracking, targeting runes crawling across their vision. Above, demon engines howled through the fouled air, their shadows flickering across the shattered ground. The sky boiled. Warp storm colors seethed in the upper atmosphere as the last of chaos sorcery strained against the null lattice. Demon clouds gathered around the weakening points, vomiting warp spawn downward in incandescent streaks. Necron aircraft rose to meet them, sickle wings cutting through demons and munitions alike. The butcher rode a Thunderhawk dropcraft into the heart of it. The vessel's hull shook as flak and gauss fire hammered against its void shields. Warning runes flashed across the displays. A wing was sheared away by a near miss from a doomsday cannon. The craft spun, compensating with roaring engines and cursing servitors. A Chaos Astartes pilot fought the controls with teeth clenched. "Impact in moments," he voxed. "We will not be landing so much as arriving." "That is all I ask," the butcher replied. They hit the ground in a spray of dirt and bodies. The Thunderhawk plowed through the front ranks of a traitor infantry wave, reducing men to paste under its broken prow. It slewed sideways, engines screaming, then gouged a furrow into the crust and slid to a halt, broken-backed. Its assault ramp blew outward and fell off entirely. The Butcher strode out with his Terminators, walking through the smoke. Ahead, Titans clashed with monolith formations. A god engine of the Legio that had sold its soul to chaos took a step, its foot coming down on a cluster of Necron obelisks. The crystals shattered, sending up flares of uncontrolled energy that crawled up its legs, turning paint and metal to slag. The Titan answered with a bellowed warhorn blast and a volley from its arm cannons. Plasma and Gatling fire tore into a line of monoliths, cracking their hulls, sending them crashing to the ground in slow, majestic falls. Other monoliths answered, their Gauss arrays focusing in unison. Emerald beams wrapped around the Titan's carapace. Armor plates peeled away, layer by layer. Its void shields flared, failed, and went dark. Its upper torso glowed cherry red, then white. For a moment, it looked like a statue cast in light. Then its head and upper carapace vanished, leaving its legs standing, still taking one more step before they collapsed into slag. Entire army groups were obliterated in minutes. Battalions pushed into Gauss kill zones and simply ceased to be, leaving only drifting dust clouds and neatly piled weapons. Ordnance depots took direct hits from particle cannons and went up in chain reactions, waves of fire washing over packed infantry, turning them into silhouettes burned onto rock. Demon engines leapt into the Necron line, only to find their warp cores stuttering as null waves washed over them, their claws flailing uselessly as precision fire shredded their twisted limbs. The ground cracked open under the combined weight of armor and corpses. Fissures the width of avenues split the plain, swallowing tanks nose first. Entire companies vanished into darkness, their screams echoing for a heartbeat, before molten rock rose to meet them. In other places, the crust lifted, buckled by energies building beneath it, throwing men and machines into the air like toys. Through it all, the Butcher drove forward. He killed warriors and immortals by the score, his chain fist chewing through living metal, his combi bolter roaring. His Terminators carved a path toward the central spire, their armor shedding pieces with each hit, their wounds hidden behind layers of cracked plate and hastily applied seals. Every step they took was over bodies. Vorthex Prime's core sang. In the deep, where the Obliterator shard engine sat bound, the Cryptex reconfiguration reached its climax. Fields locked into place. Pylons tuned themselves along harmonic lines calculated to 9 decimal places. The shard at the engine's heart flexed, the caged echo of a star god straining against its bonds as new pathways opened to feed it. Angrazek stood in a control chamber that existed half in real space and half in phase lattices, surrounded by representations of the entire world. He saw the focus spire glowing brighter, drawing energies up from below. He saw the pattern of fighting around it, the Chaos Army pressing like a tumor against its base. He watched as the Black Legion hurled everything they had left at that one point, an instinctive lunge for the throat. He let them. Only when his models told him that sufficient mass lay in the firing envelope did he extend his hand. Activating the Obliterator shard. Engine required no words. He sent a command. The world shuddered. The focusing spire flashed, not with light, but with absence. A shockwave rippled outward from its base, a ring of distortion that made the air seem to bend. It moved at a speed that was not bound by sound or wind. Where it passed, color died. Green-black unlight rolled across the battlefield. It was not a flare or a beam. It was a wall of negation, a moving scythe of impossible physics. It touched a tank, and the vehicle's paint vanished, then the plating beneath, then the framework, each layer undone at the subatomic level. Astartes charging with chainswords raised froze mid-step as the wave hit them. Flesh, armor, weapons, all went to dust at once, collapsing into featureless clouds that were almost weightless. Whole regiments became mist. Men turned their heads toward the oncoming wave and had their faces stripped of shape before their minds could register what they saw. Their brains unraveled, thought dissolving as the structures that held it came apart. Demons shrieked in pitches that cracked rock, their warp forms torn in two directions at once, as the null component of the field gnawed their essence, while the physical component shredded the metal and flesh that anchored them. Titans collapsed. A god machine mid-stride, its guns thundering, had its lower legs simply vanish. Its massive torso dropped, hitting the ground and breaking apart like a dropped statue. Inside its carapace, priests and pilots died without understanding, their augmetic implants disintegrating in their skulls, their hearts liquefying. Demon engines fared worse. Their hulls exploded outward as the bound entities within them tore free, only to hit the null arc of the wave and be ripped to conceptual shreds. Screams became raw sensation, and then nothing. For a moment, the sky was full of soul fragments disintegrating under a killing logic they could not comprehend. The butcher saw the unlight coming. He had seen many weapons. He had been burned by Melter, flayed by Gauss, scorched by Lass. This was something else. It was like watching the horizon fall. There was no outrunning it. Down, he voxed, without knowing why. Instinct drove him. He hurled himself toward a crater rim, dragging a Terminator with him, boots slipping in blood and ash. The wave hit the edge of the crater, ate a neat half-circle out of the lip, and kept coming. Everything above the depth of the crater rim turned to fine dust. He and the Terminator tumbled into the hollow, slamming into a pile of shattered stone and bodies. The wave passed overhead, a pressure in his bones like the passing of some vast, invisible knife. His armor screamed as its upper surfaces degraded in microscopic layers, but the worst of it skimmed past. Around them, the world died. When the wave finally spent itself against the distant horizon, when the last echoes shivered through the mantle, silence fell. Necron formations stood at the heart of the effect, untouched. Phase fields shimmering around them had turned the worst of the energy aside, harmonics tuned to let the unmaking wash around them as if they were rocks in a river. To the Necron, the spectacle was data. They logged the pattern of disassembly, the efficiency of the sweep, the density of residual matter. In their perception, it had been a cull. Vorthex Prime had been infected. Now a slice of that infection had been removed. On the surface, where once there had been overlapping lines of trenches, bunkers, tank traps and corpse piles, there was now a glassy desert stretching nearly to the horizon. The ground was smooth, a slightly green-tinted expanse that reflected the dim light of the distorted sky. Here and there, a twisted metal frame jutted up, all that remained of some larger machine that the wave had not fully taken. In some hollows and cracks, where the geometry of the terrain had sheltered them, a few survivors lay. The butcher coughed, spitting blood and powdered glass into his helm. Pain radiated from his flank, where the wave had shaved layers off his armor and the flesh beneath. His helm's display was a mess of broken runes and static. He tore it off, exposing a face that was more scar tissue and augmetic than skin. The air tasted of burned ozone and fine dust. It felt thin, as if even the atmosphere had been pared down. Around him, there were no friendly Vox voices. He hauled the limp form of the Terminator he had dragged with him into cover. The warrior's upper body was intact, but everything from the mid-torso down had been reduced to something like coarse sand. The stump smoked. The butcher reached down and closed the Marine's eyes with one hand. "Short life," he muttered. "Long death. Better than most here." Far above, in orbit, the wave brushed the lower fringes of the Black Legion fleet. Two escort vessels simply winked out, their hulls unraveling as the unlight caught them broadside. Others howled as outer layers were stripped from their armor, gun decks exposed, men vented into space, along with grizzling chunks of hull. A lance frigate took the edge of the wave along its prow, losing its entire forward section in an instant, leaving a ragged stump from which cables and half-melted bulkheads trailed like entrails. On the vengeful Spirit, alarms screamed. "Unknown energy wave," a serf shrieked, before his Auspex panel exploded in his face. "It is eating." His voice cut off as shrapnel punctured his throat. Abaddon felt the ship shudder under his boots. "Angle away," he barked. "Hard. Put the escorts between us and that." The helmsman obeyed, and the flagship rolled, presenting its heavily armored flank instead of its prow to the rising tide. Smaller ships burned engines desperately, changing vectors, some flinging themselves into the path of the wave meant for larger vessels. They disintegrated, buying fractions of seconds. On the eye, surface, teleport beacons flared in panicked succession. Command cadres punched their codes, activating emergency extraction protocols. Columns of black-armored giants dissolved into crackling light and reappeared in teleport bays, some missing limbs, some arriving as only torsos and screaming heads. Others triggered their beacons a heartbeat too late, and the unlight took them mid-pattern, scattering their atoms between planet and ship. In the end, a fraction of Abaddon's elite survived. The rest were part of the fine dust, now settling into the cracks of Vorthex Prime. Angrazek watched the effect taper off. He saw how much of the Chaos presence had been erased. He measured the reduction in biomass, in warp contamination, in enemy tonnage. He factored in the cost in redirected energy, the strain on the planetary lattice, the new fractures in the crust. Acceptable. The world was altered. Where once billions had fought and died in tangled, filthy war zones, there were now sterile plains, glass deserts that stretched from horizon to horizon. The ashes of countless armies lay so finely spread that no individual trace remained. If someone had told a future traveler that entire legions had perished there would have been no evidence save the faint, hateful tang in the air. The Black Legion felt the loss like a physical wound. In the silence after the wave, in the reduced, ragged Vox network that remained, there was a sense of something having changed, not just on Vorthex Prime, but in the course of the campaign. They had thrown everything into the teeth of the tomb world and seen it turn to dust. Their strength was catastrophically diminished. Abaddon stood in his command cathedral, hololiths now showing great empty swathes where there had once been dense tactical icons. His face was carved stone, his eyes two black holes of intent. Vorthex Prime was no longer a bleeding prize. It was a grave marker. He did not speak of retreat. Not yet. The long war did not allow for that word. But in the quiet grinding of his teeth and the flex of the talon of Horus, it was clear even to his most fanatical lords that something fundamental had shifted. The tomb world still stood. The despoiler's hand had been bloodied to the bone. The command cathedral of the flagship was quieter than it had any right to be. Hololithic displays still burned above the dais, showing Vorthex Prime slowly rolling beneath the fleet, blackened continents spinning past in sullen procession. Icons flickered, dimmer and fewer than they had been. Whole segments of the planet's surface showed nothing at all now. Blank zones where the obliterator engine had swept its unlight and left only glass and dust. Abaddon stood at the center of it, talon flexing and relaxing in a slow rhythm that made serfs flinch without knowing why. His face was unreadable stone. Only the tension along his jaw and the tiny cracking sounds of his knuckles as he clenched his fist betrayed the strain. Reports rolled in, each one another nail hammered into the corpse of this campaign. Outer war bands of the 6th mustering annihilated, droned one mortal adjutant, augmetic eyes flickering as data streamed through them. No survivors on Vox. Last transmissions indicate total matter dissolution. Demon support is gone, rasped the chief sorcerer, voice a hollow whisper. Bloodstains marked the seams of his armor, where his own organs had bled under the strain of null fields. The pylons sing louder with each hour. There are no new gates we can open. The warp here is not a sea anymore, War Master. It is stone. Mortals are spent, another lord said, a giant in black plate scorched a dozen shades by war. Regiments that are not dead are mad. Those that are not mad have deserted into the ruins and will die there soon enough. We have bled them to the marrow. Entire cohorts of Astartes are simply gone, added a warpsmith. Mechadendrites twitching with barely restrained frustration. The engine's sweep took them without even leaving scrap. I cannot even harvest their armor. The words meant little separately. Together they painted a single picture. Loss. Abaddon listened until they were done. He did not shout. He did not hurl his blade through consoles as lesser warlords might have. His fury was colder than that, honed by 10,000 years of defeats and victories that had never been quite enough. So, he said at last, voice soft, our mortal auxiliaries are dead or broken. Our demons cannot answer. Our brothers have been ground down to bone. The tomb world still stands. No one answered. Around him, Black Legion lords shifted their weight, their armor whispering. Sorcerers gazed sidelong into shadows, as if hoping their patrons would speak up and offer some miracle. None came. We came to take a weapon, Abaddon went on. We found an enemy instead. We have tested them. We have bled them. We have shown them that the long war touches even their dead domains. He lifted his gaze to the hololiths. Necron icons pulsed there in arrogant emerald, orbitals and ground nodes both. Their patterns were cleaner now, less cluttered by the red haze that had once marked chaos infestations. They have answered our test with one of their own, the War Master whispered. Now we choose whether to sit their examination to the end, or whether to rewrite the terms. A lord stepped forward. He was massive even by Astartes standards, his armor festooned with chains and the skulls of Xenos and men alike. His helm was fashioned in the likeness of a leering demon, horns curling back over his head. He had survived the worst the campaign had thrown at him, and it had fed his arrogance. We do not run, he said, voice booming. We have lost brothers. Let the Necrons pay in full. We stay. We gather what strength remains and throw it all at their core. Let this world be our grave if it must. Better that than slinking away and leaving our dead unavenged. Murmurs of harsh approval rumbled among some of the gathered lords. Others shifted uncomfortably, sensing the currents, but not yet sure which way to lean. Another spoke, helm still fixed shut, voice crackling. War Master, we are not a legion any master fully commands, he said. We are a blade made of fragments. If you cast all that remains into this tomb for pride, there may be nothing left to carry the long war onward. Better to withdraw, bloodied but alive, and use what we have learned to kill these metal ghosts in a war of our own choosing. Two opposed impulses, both sounding like courage, both tempting. Abaddon turned his head slowly toward the First Lord. He said nothing. He simply moved. The talon of Horus snapped forward, faster than any mortal could follow. Its ancient jaws slammed into the warlord's chest, claws punching through ceramite, through the reinforced bones beneath. For a heartbeat, the Lord hung there impaled, eyes wide behind his helm lenses. Abaddon lifted him clear off his feet. You speak of graves, he said quietly. He squeezed. The claws converged, ribs shattered, lungs burst in gouts of black blood. In the confined space of the helm, the Lord's head was slammed forward, teeth breaking as they hit his vox grill. His hearts ruptured, spraying gene-rich ichor across the inner surfaces of his armor. The talon crushed tighter still, until armor and body alike gave way with a sickening wet crunch. Abaddon dropped what remained. The corpse hit the deck with a heavy, boneless thud. Blood pooled, steaming faintly in the chill of the cathedral. The War Master planted the talon's claws into the pooling blood, dragging them through the red. Then he reached up and drew new lines across the hololithic display directly, smearing crimson trails over the projected outlines of Vorthex Prime and the Necron nodes. The hololith flickered, trying to reconcile his interference, then steadied. Blood sigils now marked certain tomb complexes, certain pylon clusters, certain nodes in the translocation lattice. "Retreat is not surrender," Abaddon said. "Not if we make them choke on it. We will not hurl the last brothers of the Black Legion into this world's maw out of wounded pride. We will pull their teeth as we leave. We will take what we can. We will burn what we cannot. We will not die tidy deaths to please their mathematics." He tapped one blood mark with the talon. "This is a nexus in their translation network," he said. "My warpsmiths and sorcerers tell me it is a linchpin. We break it. This tomb world will feel the wound for a long age, and in the chaos of that wound, we will have cover to run." He turned slowly, gaze sweeping the chamber. "We are not done here," he said, "but we are not fools. Gather what remains that can still fight. Prepare for a final strike, not for conquest, for spite. Vorthex Prime will remember that we were here every time its tomb mines reroute around the gap we leave." On the planet, the Necrons already moved to prevent such a blow. Angrazek had tasted weakness in the patterns. The Chaos Lattice was frayed, its nodes flickering. Mortals had broken and scattered. Astartes' forces had pulled back to a handful of hardened bastions, their movements more about extraction and consolidation than sustained offensives. Demonic signatures had dwindled to almost nothing. In his perception, it was like watching a disease lose coherence. He responded with sterilization. Planet-wide advance commands rippled out to every tomb complex. Phalanxes that had been content to hold kill zones now rolled forward. Gauss flayers held level. Immortals stepped up beside warriors, heavier weapons adding to the constant flaying fire. Obelisks moved into new positions, projecting fields that closed escape routes. In the air, Necron. Aircraft ranged freely, sickles cutting down any transport foolish enough to rise above the ruins. Chaos resistance became scattered islands in a rising tide of metal. Here, a bastion still bristled with guns and screaming banners, its walls layered in corpses and burn marks. A few hundred Astartes and their mortal rabble clung to it, firing until Gauss beams turned them to ash and their fortress to a smoking shell. There, a demon engine pack howled defiance on a ridgeline, warp fire belching from their maws. Particle beams answered, carving out their hearts and letting the null fields gnaw their spirits to nothing. Soon enough, only one meaningful cluster of noise remained in Angrazek's data. A ruined hive, once one of Vorthex Prime's lesser cities, now a jagged crown of broken spires and cratered habstacks. Within its cracked ribs, chaos still burned like an infected wound. The Butcher of Vorthex held it. He had gathered what shards of strength remained to him. A handful of Terminators, their armor more patchwork than plate, a smattering of Chosen and Havocs, a crowd of mortals too terrified or fanatical to flee. They had turned the hive's collapsed avenues into kill streets, its half-toppled habs into strong points. Necron warriors came in from 3 directions at once. They marched through the outer ruins in steady lines, Gauss fire sweeping methodically. Mortals exploded into red fog, bodies torn apart in sheets. Chaos fire answered from upper levels and shattered bulkheads, bolters barking, heavy weapon muzzle flashes strobbing. The first lines of warriors fell, the second stepped over them. The Butcher stalked from choke point to choke point, chain fist roaring, combi bolter thundering. He hacked warriors apart in narrow corridors, showering sparks and fragments. He stood in breaches lit by the glow of burning promethium, Terminators around him firing into the advancing phalanxes until their barrels glowed. Behind them, mortals screamed and died. Some tried to flee deeper into the hive. Others picked up dropped weapons and fired wildly until Gauss beams stripped their chests away. The butcher trampled them alike, wounded and cowering, his boots grinding ribs and skulls underfoot as he sought better angles of killing. "Hold," he voxed, voice ragged. "Every corridor we lose on our terms. Make them pay for every length of rusted floor. Mark them." They held. For a while. The Necrons did not tire. Their weapons did not jam. Their discipline did not falter. They advanced, died, rose again or phased out as necessary, their numbers unshaken. One by one, the choke points fell. The last stand took place in what had once been a transit hub, a cavernous space now half collapsed. It was a room of pillars and dangling cables, broken mag-rail lines hanging from the ceiling like flayed nerves. Fires burned in heaps of wreckage, casting mad shadows. The butcher stood at the center of a circle of broken barricades, terminators around him. They had piled the dead high, Chaos and Necron alike, making walls of scrap metal and bodies. Gauss fire chewed at those improvised bulwarks, stripping them away layer by layer. Warriors came. He met them. Chains-ward teeth roared as they bit into living metal. Power fists smashed skulls. Bolters made a low, continuous growl as they hammered rounds into anything with a green glow. The air was thick with particles, with burning promethium, with the iron stink of blood and hot alloy. One by one, his brothers fell. A Gauss beam lanced through a Terminator's chest, leaving a neat, smoking hole. He stumbled, roaring, and hurled himself bodily at the nearest warrior, dragging it down with him as his hearts failed. Another had both arms taken off at the shoulders, yet still tried to headbutt a Necron, helm cracking before a second beam took his neck. The butcher roared, his voice breaking. "Come on then," he snarled. "Come on, you metal carrion. Take what you can, and know that everything you leave moves on to your tombs next." He did not intend to survive this. The order came even as his hive fell. Abaddon's plan required a distraction on the ground, a blow aimed at the translocation nexus that anchored the Necron lattice in this hemisphere. The nexus was a complex of obelisks and phase gates, spread across a valley of glass and fused stone, a place where reality itself wavered at the edges. The War Master could not reach it alone. He needed fire to draw fire. In orbit, tomb ships had drawn their noose tight around the planet. Only the flagship and a handful of other heavy vessels still had the void shields and armor to weather the storm of particle fire and Gauss flares. Smaller craft had been gutted, destroyed in their attempts to break out or bring in reinforcements. Abaddon chose not to feed more ships into that meat grinder. Instead, he went down. The breakout operation was brutal, a last. Mustering formed in the shadow of a jagged ridge not far from the Nexus Valley. Titans that had survived the obliterator wave limped there, armor missing in plates, weapons sparking. Demon engines gathered, their hulls duller without full warp fire to stoke them. Astartes assembled in tight formations, black armor scarred, their numbers a fraction of what they had been at the start of the campaign. Mortals, those few who remained combat-ready, stood in ragged ranks, their faces hollow. Abaddon walked among them, every step of his warplate ringing on the stone. He did not offer words of comfort. He did not promise victory. He simply passed, and that was enough. Men who had been on the edge of flight straightened, eyes wide in the shadow of his presence. Astartes bared their teeth inside their helms, feeling the old, terrible pride of the 16th Legion stir in their gene-coded bones. "Forward," he said when he reached the front. "We cut a hole. We spit in the Necrons. Lying mouth. Then we go home and remember this." They advanced. The Necrons met them with everything they had. Gauss flayers, Heavy particle whips, doomsday cannons, all poured their fury into the advancing chaos tide. Men and machines died in droves. Titans staggered, their limbs blown away. Demon engines shrieked, half their hulls unmade, still dragging themselves forward with remaining limbs. Astartes were carved apart, their gene seed vaporized, their names added to a ledger of loss that spanned 10,000 years. At the tip of the spear, two figures converged. The translocation nexus reared ahead, a knot of gates and obelisks humming with power, its surfaces alive with glyphs. The air around it thickened, feeling like hot glass. The ground quivered with the force of energies cycling through conduits beneath. The Destroyer Lord was there, waiting. It hovered at the edge of the nexus, frame still twisted from its last clash with the Butcher. One limb was missing, a jagged stump sparking. Its flight system hiccuped occasionally, causing it to bob and tilt. Repairs had been made, but not completely. The Necron had chosen to come to the field wounded, rather than surrender its vendetta. The Butcher saw it. Through the haze of pain and adrenaline, he fixed on that familiar silhouette, on those scythe limbs, on the cold, dead hunger in those emerald eyes. "That one is mine," he voxed. None of his remaining brothers argued. They fell back slightly, hurling themselves at warriors encroaching from the flanks, leaving their champion a direct path. Gauss fire washed over him as he sprinted, beams carving new grooves in his battered plate, burning away the last scraps of skin that clung to his exposed muscles. He plunged through, chain fist roaring. They collided in the shadow of the nexus. The destroyer dropped to meet him, thrusters flaring hard, scythe limbs swinging. The Butcher ducked under the first stroke, feeling it take the top off his backpack, cutting power lines and sending arcs of electricity across his shoulders. He slammed his shoulder into the Necron's torso, driving it back. The war scythe riposted, snapping across his chest. His armor split, breastplate opening like a cracked carapace. Ribs snapped, white shards pushing through torn muscle. He tasted blood, heavy in his throat, thick and hot. He laughed it out in a spray across his teeth. He rammed the chain fist into the destroyer's flight chassis. Teeth howled as they chewed through living metal, ripping away housings, shredding thrusters. The destroyer lurched, one side of its body sagging as support struts failed. It twisted, brought its scythe down, and took the Butcher's right arm off at the elbow. The world went red at the edges. His chain fist fell, still sparking, still spinning, to the shattered ground. The stump of his arm pumped blood in thick pulses, spattering the Necron's chest. He stared at the severed limb for the briefest instant, then lunged with his remaining arm, punching his combi bolter hard against the destroyer's face and firing until the magazine clicked empty. Shells hammered into alloy, blasting chunks from the skull. One eye lens shattered. Emerald light flickered. The scythe came up in a short, economical stroke. It passed through the Butcher from hip to shoulder. For a moment, he remained upright, vision tilting, the world slicing into two halves. He saw the nexus, the obelisks, the rippling gates. He saw Necron warriors advancing. He saw, as if through a tunnel, a dark-armored giant in gold-trimmed plate striding toward the fight. Then gravity claimed him. His torso slid from his legs, entrails unspooling between the halves. He hit the ground hard, what remained of his armor clanging. He looked up, one eye already clouding. "Vorthex," he tried to say. "Remember me." His tongue did not work. The Destroyer Lord hovered above his sundered body, frame sparking flight. Pattern erratic. It shifted, turning as if to seek another target. The air changed. The Tempest of Horus had entered the field. Abaddon strode into the shadow of the Nexus, like an executioner walking up to a scaffold. Around him, Necron elites moved to intercept, Lichguard and Immortals pivoting in crisp formations. Gauss beams speared toward him. The Talon rose. Fields of dark energy crackled around it, catching some of the beams, bending them aside. Those that struck his armor peeled paint, and left deep scorches. But the ancient plate held. He waded through, sword in his other hand singing hungrily as it tasted the alien emanations of the Nexus. He hit the Necron line and broke it. Lychguard shields that had turned aside Astartes' blows for the entire campaign shattered under the Talon's claws, metal folding like cloth under that impossible strength. War scythes snapped as demon steel bit them, their phase fields shrieking as they were overwhelmed. Abaddon ripped Lychguard's head off with one hand and used the body as a bludgeon, slamming it into an immortal and cracking its torso. He stepped on a warrior, its chest collapsing with a crunch, and drove the demon blade down into the battlefield, its edge vanishing in a crack in reality that spread spider-like. The sword drank. Emerald light streamed into it as it cut through Necron bodies, siphoning away more than just their structural integrity. Animus, whatever cold echo of soul or code remained in those machines, was drawn in. Shrieks that were not purely mechanical echoed as the blade fed, its own inner voices exulting. For a moment, in that small bubble around him, Abaddon was what the galaxy had always whispered he was. Apocalypse, given form. The Destroyer Lord drifted toward him, drawn as if by gravity. It swung its remaining scythe in a figure 8, cutting a clean arc that had taken the life of countless lesser warriors. Abaddon caught the limb on the Talon, claws clamping, around the weapon, locking it in place. He yanked. The limb tore free. The Destroyer jerked, body spinning wildly, balance ruined. For the first time in its long, dead existence, its movements looked almost panicked, thrusters blasting in short, erratic bursts to keep it upright. Abaddon stepped in, driving the demon sword up under its chest. The blade passed through living metal, through the hollow where a heart might have been, and into the core of its logic lattice. For an instant, they locked eyes, man and machine. In the glowing pits of the Necron's skull, something flickered. Not fear, but a kind of recognition. Predator acknowledging predator. Then the sword pulled. Code screamed as it unraveled, logic chains snapping. The Destroyer's frame spasmed, limbs twitching, flight pods firing in random bursts. Its optics went from emerald to white to dead black. It sagged forward on the sword, then slid off, crashing to the ground in a heap of dead metal. Abaddon did not even glance down. He had a nexus to break. Necron fire intensified, but the sorcerers behind him were already at work, their ruined minds reaching for the one thing they could still wield: disruption. They had harvested fragments of Necron tech from shattered obelisks and dead warriors, dragged them into their circles, and pressed them into their rituals. Now they used those shards as knives to cut at the Nexus's song. Warp distortions flared around the complex, localized and vicious, shredding the neat symmetries of the translocation fields. Angrazek's control nodes registered anomalies, spikes where there should have been smooth curves, holes where there should have been solidity. Abaddon plunged into that wounded logic. He slammed the Talon into the base of a key obelisk, claws punching through its outer shell, mangling the focusing crystals beneath. The demon sword went into the ground beside it, the unseen rent it made in reality chewing at the conduits below. "Now!" he voxed, voice ringing. The sorcerers bled themselves. They channeled the last drops of power available to them through the captured Necron shards, forcing warp pressure into an engine not designed to hold it. Logic met madness. Null met uncontrolled energy. The Nexus imploded. It was not as clean as the Obliterator's sweep. It was messier, more chaotic. Tears opened in the air like wounds, ragged-edged and raw, showing glimpses of howling warp beyond. Gates buckled, their surfaces rippling like disturbed water before folding inward on themselves. Obelisks exploded, shards of living metal spinning away, their glyphs burning out. Reality itself juddered in the valley. Angrazek's models blurred, localized points in his neat geometry turning to static. He rerouted, reconfigured, but for precious moments he could not see clearly what was happening in that node. In that chaos, Abaddon triggered the next part of his plan. Teleport beacons screamed. On the flagship and the few surviving heavy ships, teleportariums flared into frantic life. Whole squads rippled out of existence on the surface, their forms swallowed by howling light. Some patterns failed, their carriers shredded by the turbulence. Others jumped clean, reappearing on decks in showers of sparks, collapsing to their knees with blood streaming from eyes and ears. Navigators, long chained to their stations in weary misery, felt a window open in the strangled warp. The Nexus's detonation had punched holes in the local null lattice. Not large ones, not stable ones, but enough. Now, Abaddon voxed to his fleet. Run! Engines burned. The flagship and its few surviving sisters turned, their prows angling away from Vorthex Prime. Tomb ships spat fire at them, particle beams and Gorse Lance equivalents stabbing at their void shields. Armor plates vaporized. Whole sections of hull went dark. Escort vessels hurled themselves into the line of fire, dying as their sacrifice, soaked up salvos that would have gutted the vengeful spirit. Warp drives screamed. The ships tore at reality, pushing themselves into an imperfect translation. The damaged nexus, the torn local lattice, the raging warp beyond, all combined into a hell of turbulence around their departing hulls. They vanished anyway. On Vorthex Prime, the battlefield around the shattered nexus stabilized. Necron formations moved in, reasserting control, Gauss fire sweeping the field to ensure nothing living remained. The busted gates and half-collapsed obelisks smoked, their broken circuits flickering. Dead Astartes lay in pieces, their black armor burned dull grey by the energies unleashed. The Overlord reviewed the outcome. Vorthex Prime was his again. Chaos traces were reduced to scattered pockets of warp pollution and a few maddened survivors who would be hunted down in due course. The Nexus was gone, a hole in his translocation web that would require time and resources to patch. It was an irritation, not a mortal wound. One thing did not sit easily in his logic. A handful of ragged warp signatures, fading rapidly, tracked away from the planet and into the deeper, fouler tides of the Eye. The despoiler had escaped. Angrazek archived the data. He assigned a new threat priority to the Black Legion and its War Master. He considered the strange interaction between his machines and their warp-tainted flesh. He began to plan for the possibility that this would not be the last time their equations intersected. On the dead world beneath, scarabs and constructs moved among the ruined nexus, already beginning repairs. Vorthex Prime belonged to the Necrons, for now. Vorthex Prime slept. It was not the sleep of a living world, with weather and seasons and the slow crawl of biological time. It was the stillness of a dissected corpse laid out on a slab, every organ tagged and pinned. Its skies were a permanent twilight haze of ash and geomantic bleed, clouds thin and motionless above continents of glass. Where once hive cities had clawed at the heavens, there were now only broken teeth of rock jutting from mirror plains. The giant steps of titans and the treads of tanks had been erased, the tracks where mortal armies had bled themselves dry, smoothed to a glossy sheen. The only true structures that remained were Necron. Tomb complexes had fully awakened. Obelisks rose from the polished deserts like blades, each one crowned in emerald light, their surfaces crawling with glyphs that shifted too quickly for organic eyes. Monoliths glided along invisible circuits, their gorse arrays dormant, prow portals dark. Below the glass crust, the sepulchres thrummed, levels upon levels of vaults and chambers fully alive. In some of those halls, the last human hearts still beat. They did not beat for long. Captured remnants of Vorthex Prime's population hung in stasis cages, their bodies locked in positions of pleading or terror. Cryptex moved among them, their elongated forms wreathed in cold luminescence, instruments whirring as they opened skulls and chests, exposing the soft machinery within. Warp-tainted organs were catalogued, nerve responses measured under varying null field intensities. A few specimens were grafted to metal, hybrid frames shambling forward under command codes, their screams turned into data points. Most were simply taken apart until nothing new could be learned. In the high control vault at the heart of the planetary lattice, Angrazek considered it all without a flicker of emotion. Holoconstructs encircled him, a sea of abstract forms, each representing some component of the war. Charts of biomass expenditure showed the furious spike when the obliterator engine had fired, followed by a long, shallow tail of mopping-up actions. Matrices plotted anti-warp field performance, their lines settling into steady satisfaction. Demonic manifestation rates had dropped to near zero once the pylons were fully tuned. Other charts mapped chaos weapon profiles, excavation of gene data from Astartes' remains, patterns of sorcery and its preferred vectors. He replayed the entire conflict in compressed form. He watched again as the Black Legion fleet had arrived, as mortals had swarmed across his surface, as demons had clawed at the edges of his null zones. He saw their tactics evolve, their champions emerge and die. He noted the moments where chaos had forced him to adapt, the glitch in the relay node created by a dying sorcerer, the temporary fracture in the nexus, the raw, physically destructive presence of the one they had called War Master. Threat catalog entries updated. Chaos, once a diffuse background risk in dynastic projections, was promoted to a distinct class. No longer mere warp pollution, but a hostile force with specific traits. High adaptability, fanatic resilience, extreme casualties tolerated, unusual interaction with anti-warp technology. His conclusions did not rise to the level of fear. Such a concept had been cut out of him with his soul. What he felt was focus. An enemy had stepped into clear relief. It would be accounted for in future campaigns. He transmitted his findings to the deep archives, where other overlords and command nodes might access them in cycles yet to come. Some would heed, some would ignore. Dynastic politics and logic trees were their own battlefield. His duty on Vorthex Prime, however, remained simple. Erase. The cryptex obeyed. From hidden vaults beneath the crust, controlled scarab swarms flowed upward in tidal waves of metal. They spread across the planet's surface in glittering sheets, each tiny machine guided by mimetic commands and subroutines drawn from the Overlord's directives. They hunted imperfection. Any chaos icon, any 8-pointed star carved into stone or stamped into metal, any crude glyph daubed in dried blood upon a shattered wall, was drowned. Scarabs swarmed over them, monomolecular mandibles, shaving fractions of material away until no mark remained. Where warp residue had scorched the glass, they gnawed at it until the stain vanished, leaving a uniform sheen. Organic decay was treated as a contaminant. Remnants of corpses that had survived the glass-making sweep of the obliterator wave were unmade grain by grain. Bones were reduced to powder and then to nothing. Rotting tissue, strands of hair, weathered skin, all disappeared beneath the ceaseless, precise work. Even the smell of death thinned as volatile compounds were broken down and dispersed. They polished the planet. From orbit, Vorthex Prime became a dull, dark jewel. Its continents were slabs of obsidian and faintly green glass. Here and there, lines of Necron architecture traced angular veins through that dead crust, a network of hard geometry on a canvas of annihilation. The world was a monument to desolation. It suited Angrazek. In the eye of terror, the memory of that dead world smoldered in a very different mind. Abaddon sat upon a throne of welded iron and fused bone in the strategium chamber of the vengeful spirit, spine leaning slightly forward, elbows on his knees, the talon of Horus half curled around nothing. The chamber's high walls were draped in torn banners and flayed skin parchments, each inscribed with the names of worlds burned, campaigns fought, victories taken, defeats repurposed. Around him stood the surviving lords of the Black Legion. They were fewer now. Gaps yawned in the circle where once there had been more hulking figures in black and gold. Some had died cleanly on Vorthex's glass plains. Others had been swallowed by the obliterator wave without even their armor left to turn into shrines. A mortal adjutant read from a slate in a trembling voice. He recited numbers, but in that chamber they were not simple counts. Each regiment named and erased, each warband listed as annihilated, carried with it ghosts of banners trampled, war cries silenced. The names of demon engines lost were rolled out, each one a pact broken and a favor owed to powers that did not forgive, only tallied. Abaddon listened in silence. The tally took a long time. When it ended, the adjutant waited, slate clutched tight enough to crack. "Send copies of that ledger to every warband captain and sorcerer who owes me fealty," Abaddon said at last. "Let them see what tithe Vorthex has taken. Let them remember it every time they stand in a mustering field." He rose. The talons scraped against the deck as he stood, claws leaving furrows in the metal. His demon sword hung at his hip, still carrying the faint, sour residue of Necron animus it had swallowed. It whispered in a voice like grinding stone and distant screaming, hungry for more. "Begin recruitment drives," he ordered. "Demon worlds, renegade strongholds, cursed crusade fleets. Every place that still births warriors in the War Master's name. I want new aspirants thrown into the forges. I want failing warbands broken up and reforged under stronger hands. We bled on Vorthex, so we will grow sharper." One of his lords tilted his horned helm. "Some will call this a defeat, War Master," he said. "They will whisper it in safe systems or in the back corridors of their ships. They will say the Black Legion broke itself upon a tomb world and fled." Abaddon's lip curled. "Let them whisper," he said. "Their tongues will rot in their mouths in time. Vorthex Prime was not a defeat. It was an autopsy." He stepped toward the central hololith, where a frozen image of the dead planet hung above the dais, ringed in emerald icons that represented Necron complexes. "We opened the corpse," he murmured. "We counted its bones. We stuck our hands into its guts and watched how it spasmed. We learned which nerves to cut, which organs to tear. The enemy thinks the war on Vorthex is over. They think it was a campaign. For us, it is a dissection of an enemy that does not yet understand the long war." He turned, gaze sweeping the circle. "We know now how their anti-warp fields respond under stress. We know how far their living metal can be pushed before it fails to heal in time. We have tasted the edge of their god machines. They have learned that we are not scared of erasure, that we will throw away armies just to see how they like the taste." The lords nodded, some slowly, some with savage eagerness. There was a certain truth in the words that even the most bitter among them could not deny. Ignorance killed, and the Black Legion was less ignorant now. A warpsmith limped forward from the circle's edge. His armor was a shambles of welds and plates, scavenged from burned hulls. His mechadendrites missing segments where scarabs had eaten through them. In his metal hands, he cradled a cluster of objects, wrapped in chains of binding script and prayer sigils, daubed in congealed blood. He knelt, unwrapping them with reverent care. Shards of Necron technology gleamed on the deck. Fragments of Gauss emitter coils, severed from fallen immortals. A chunk of hull plating from a tomb ship, its surface still trying to knit itself back together in slow, shuddering flows. A crystalline node, taken from a pylon crown, its glyphs flickering weakly, as if uncertain whether to be on or off. Each piece bore the marks of demonic interaction. Blackened edges where warp fire had clung. Hairline fractures that spidered out in patterns no cryptech would have designed. These are all that survived the engine's hunger and the tomb's attempts to reclaim itself, the warpsmith rasped. We fed some to bound demons. They screamed. Some of the metal melted, some refused. The shards do not like the warp, Warmaster. They cut it, they sour it, but they can be made to suffer. Abaddon studied them. He did not reach out to touch. Even dead and damaged, there was a cold in that living metal that made mortal breath steam. Study them, he said. Bind demons to them if you must. Force warp into them until something breaks, either the metal or the spirit. If it costs 1,000 slaves, so be it. If we lose 100 brothers to sudden annihilation, because some shard wakes and remembers how to unmake them, then we will write their names on the walls and try again. The warpsmith bowed his head. As you command, he said. On Vorthex Prime, far below any light, another survivor submitted to its own kind of repair. The destroyer lord that had killed the butcher and fallen under Abaddon's blade lay upon a stasis cradle in a chamber of shadow and green fire. Repair scarabs crawled over its twisted frame, welding fresh plates into place, reconnecting severed conduits. Cryptex watched, adjusting subroutines and kill protocols, tuning its hatred. Its optics flickered awake. Memories, recorded as electric patterns and fragments of logic, replayed in its core. The feel of Astartes' armor, crunching under its blades, the way gene-forged bone parted along engineered lines, the moment of annihilation when the demon sword had pierced its chest and pulled at its code. Hatred routines focused. Images of black and gold armor were tagged and prioritized. A new category was carved into its target lexicon, a hieroglyph that represented not simply the Imperium's flawed sons, but those who had broken faith and now walked under the banner of the Eye. Black Legion. Warmaster. On its chest plate, a manipulator limb descended, etching lines into the metal. Kill tallies were added, angular scores that matched the geometry of its being. Each one corresponded not to a mortal, not to a tank, but to a champion of chaos slain. The last, deeper groove marked the Butcher of Vorthex, an enemy whose ferocity had been unusual even by the standards of that campaign. The Destroyer did not remember him with respect. Respect required empathy. It remembered him as a problem partially solved. Its repairs would take time yet. Its frame had been damaged more badly than even Necron resilience could shrug off without effort. But when it rose again, it would do so with a sharpened algorithm, where once there had been a crude appetite. Elsewhere, further from the cold calculations of overlords and the iron certainties of warpsmiths, seers whispered, in shadowed sancta on demon worlds, psychers bent their minds to the currents of the warp and saw flashes of metal and darkness. Black stone fortresses drifting through the void, their angular forms humming with ancient anti-warp power. Pylon networks rising on other worlds, straining at reality like cage bars. Black Legion warbands slamming into Necron dynasties over dead suns, their gods snarling in frustration as null fields turned their claws aside. Some saw more. Abaddon striding through the corridors of a captured alien fortress, the talon of Horus stained with emerald, demons bound into Necron hulls like parasites in the veins of a cold god. Others saw whole sectors gone dark, warp routes sliced out of the galaxy by Necron engines, forcing chaos fleets into traps or lost eddies of unreality. Prophecy in the Eye was never clean. It was a tangle of possibilities and lies, some whispered by the gods themselves to amuse or to mislead. Yet amid the madness, one thing remained constant. The Black Legion and the Necron dynasties would meet again. The narrative of Vorthex Prime, if such a thing could be said to exist, had no moral. No lesson of redemption or justice. It was simply another atrocity writ large across a galaxy already drowning in them. Billions had died. They had burned in orbital fire, been stripped to ash by gas beams, dissolved by life-eater plagues, torn to pieces by flayed ones, eaten by demons, crushed under the feet of titans, melted in magma, unmade by a shard of a star god. For most, there had been no witness, no one to remember their names. Their bones were gone. Their cities were gone. Even their gods, whether corpse, emperor, or ruinous deities, would not mourn them. A world had been ruined. Its manufactoria, its hives, its oceans, its thin, stubborn cultures were gone. In their place stood tomb pylons and glass. It had changed hands from one kind of indifference to another, from an imperium that saw it as a cog, to chaos that saw it as a weapon cache, to Necrons who saw it as a coordinate on a map. Nothing was truly gained. No one held Vorthex Prime up as a symbol of triumph. The Necrons added it to their network, a useful node and little more. The Black Legion added it to the long list of campaigns where men had died not for victory, but for understanding and spite. What had deepened were hatreds. In the cold logic of Angrazek's processors, in the scarred hearts of the Legion's survivors, in the wounded warp around the eye, a new layer of animosity settled. Chaos and Necron had tested one another and found that each hated the other in ways that harmonized with their nature. Machines that despised the warp versus warriors who lived by its storms. On the vengeful spirit, Abaddon stood alone before an armored viewport. The warp boiled beyond it, a great, roiling sea of color and hunger that lapped against the hull with tides of madness. It threw up shapes and faces in its swell, some recognizable as gods, some not. Storms raged where sorcerers had torn at it on 1,000 worlds. In one region, the faint, angular shadow of something like a pylon loomed, an old wound where alien hands had once pressed against the immaterium. His reflection stared back at him from the glass. His eyes were black pits, reflecting nothing, but he saw himself as others did. A giant in midnight armor, one claw a relic of betrayal, one sword a cage for atrocities. The ghosts of those who had died in his name crowded behind his shoulders in the flicker of warp light. They do not fear yet, he said softly to himself, to the warp, to whatever listened. They do not understand that the long war is not won in one campaign, or 10, or 100. It is the sum of every wound we carve into the galaxy. Vorthex was a cut, not deep enough, not yet. The warp shifted. For a moment, the madness outside the viewport surged, waves of raw thought slamming against the glass as if in answer. Voices rose in chorus, some hailing him, some cursing, all hungry. Abaddon's lip twisted into something that was not quite a smile. "One day," he murmured, "the metal dead will learn fear. They will learn what it is to have something they care for, torn away and fed to the gods. I will teach them. I have time." He turned from the viewport. Behind him, the strategium lights brightened as new campaigns flickered into being on the hololiths. New worlds, new enemies, new opportunities to refine the art of killing. The Eye of Terror roared in silent eternal hunger as another thread of the long war was woven, thin and blood-slick, into a tapestry that had no end.